Gentlemen, good morning, welcome to the morning session. I hope we're starting on time and I will ask the speakers to stick to their time frames so that we don't prolong our session. Now I have the great honor to invite our colleagues to hold the speeches, a colleague from France and Canada. The speaker will be Mr. Jean Mitkov, who is a sociologist, demography researcher, and he's a scientist at the Concordia University in Canada. He used to be a director of the French Drug and Drug Abuse Monitoring Center and a general secretary of the French Center for Gambling Monitoring, and also he's a member of the National Authority for Gambling College in France. He's a coordinator, co-author. I won't bother to try to read the name in French, but anyway, a large organization concerning innovative methods and experimenting in terms of gambling, and also a mutual assistance, psychological assistance association in Dijon, France. And the colleagues will be speaking about the predictive factors for gambling and problem gambling among youth aged 15 to 17 in France.
For your presentation.
Yes, thank you. I would like to take little time to thank the organizers for the invitations, especially the National Center for Prevention of Addictions. I think I have been working with Poland since maybe 30 years, and right now I work with Bernadetta, and it's for me a real pleasure to come back regularly in Warsaw. I like very much Warsaw. So I will speak with my cap of researchers and not regulator. It's an important precision. What is the good one? Okay. So let's come to my presentation. My presentation is about the predictive factors of the practice of gambling activities and excessive gambling among young populations, 15 to 17 years old in France. My outline will be very traditional. First, a short introduction, then a few points of methods, and the presentation main results. The results presented here are a small part of those produced by a large study on underage gambling. And today I will focus my presentation on three topics. Some key data on gambling participation among French young people in 2021. The issue of problem gambling and predictive factors, and I will end with a typology, try to create a typology of gambling practices by young people based on the latent class analysis, based on the nature of different games they play. Then I will end with a short conclusion. So, the prevention of underage gambling has been one of the public policy priorities on gambling in France for more than 10 years, since the new law adopted in 2010. There is a lot of international research in this area, in particular a lot of prevalence study on a representative sample of young people, but very little in France, despite the evidence of a significant participation of young people in gambling in a context where operators are required to prevent minors from accessing such activities. Indeed, the law in France says that, it's in red, on the slide, minors may not take part in gambling whose public offer is authorized by law. Gambling operators legally authorized are required to prevent the participation of minors. In this context, the CEDAP, a non-governmental organization specialized in gambling prevention and treatment, has launched a research program intended to partly fill these knowledge gaps and provide useful elements to strengthen prevention approaches aimed at young people. Some word about the survey. The sample of our survey consisted of young French people aged 15 to 17, representative according to the quota method, quota by gender, age, and region, geographical region, French region. The size was 5,000 young people, including 1,700 last year gamblers. Respondents come from web user panels. The survey field was done in 2021 between May and June, and it took an average of 12 minutes to complete the online questionnaire. I've got a problem. Does it? Oh, not. Okay. The questionnaire includes socio-demographic characteristics. It includes also current gambling practices, parental attitudes and relationships, perceptions and representation about gambling and winnings, and also a few questions about gambling advertisements. 3 validated scales were used, one about motivations, another one about impulsivity, and the last one, the problem gambling. We used the problem gambling severity index. So, some words about analysis. The important is to have the slides for the results. To analyze predictors of gambling participation among overall sample and predictors of problem gambling among young gamblers, we use multivariate logistic regressions with categorical variables. Odds ratio were adjusted by block of variables studied, and they are also all adjusted according to gender. To categorize young gamblers according to their play practice, we use a latent classes analysis. Latent classes were based on the different gambling activities they practiced. Bayesian information criterion was used to determine the number of classes. After, pairwise logistic regressions were carried out to explore the association between belonging of individuals to the different latent classes with a lot of socio-demographic and gambling patterns variables. It's perfect. Thank you. Can I use? Okay. Okay, it's perfect because right now I come to the results. No, it's on the other. Okay, come on to the results. First, some key data on youth gambling participation that the survey gives us. Like you can see, more than a third of 15 to 17-year-olds say they have gambled at least once in the last 12 months. 30% of girls and 36% of boys. This is a significant difference, but a small one. Compared to previous survey, these proportions, prevalence of participation to gambling activities, remains stable, but with a trend towards a smaller difference between boys and girls. The prevalence of boys during the last years has decreased, that of girls has increased. The three most popular games are scratch cards, followed by draw or lottery games, and third, sports betting. But an emerging trend to highlight is that betting on e-sport competition is in fourth place. This is surprising for us insofar as this type of betting is not authorized in France, but it shows the interest of young people for this type of games. This slide is about predictors of gambling participation. The analysis seeking to determine the socio-demographic factors that can predict a gambling practice among minors show that age and to have parents belonging to superior socio-professional status are linked to a higher gambling participation. A significant fact is that gender is not. The state of young people's relationships with their parents seems to have an influence of their gambling practices. The fact that parents know little or nothing about their children's leisure activities is related to a higher level of gambling participation. Adolescents who report having a bad relationship with their parents, mainly the mother, have a more sustained gambling activity. Attitude of parents on the gambling practice of their children. The involvement of parents in the practice of young people is a major result of our study. As you can see on this simple table, almost all parents are aware and a large majority of parents approve the gambling activities of kids. They are also aware of the risk, at least from the point of view of what young people tell us about them, and parents talk about them, the risk, to their kids. The predictive factors analysis highlights the involvement of parents in this area, and in particular the role of the mother, who is often closer to teenagers. A lot of parents intervene in learning or in the continuation of the gambling practices of their kids, but also in the purchase of games and promote gambling social acceptance. Since the previous surveys carried out in 2017 and 2019, there have been a significant increase in problems associated with gambling. Right now, you have on this table the results of the 2021 survey with the PGSI tool. As you can see, regarding this tool, 22% of young French gamblers are classified as excessive gamblers, is a score of 8 or more, and 13 are moderate risk gamblers. These prevalence are very high. The next slide is a synthetic table about predictors of problems gambling. it's only a summary of the 10 multinomial regressions conducted on 10 different sets of data chosen as possibly associated with problem gambling. Detailed results will be published soon, next week. I don't have time here to go into details, but I will stick to the highlights. If very few sociodemographic factors are relevant as a predictor of problem gambling, other factors are linked to problem gambling. Certain impulsivity facets, motives, mainly copying, certain gambling practices, advertising, experience of significant winnings, erroneous beliefs, the fact to borrow in order to fund your gambling activity, and the parents' attitudes about their kids play a significant role. One of the strongest link was estimated for the type of gambling practices, and I would like to end this results section on this point. This is the table, the result of the latent classes analysis. The nature of the game played is a major predictor of problem gambling, but the analysis of these questions is made complex by the existence of multi-activity. Indeed, our surveys show that young gamblers practice multiple games. 60% of our gamblers practice 2 or more games. To deepen the result of this on this subject, we try in a first step to produce a typology of gambling practices through a latent classes analysis, and in a second step, pairwise logistic regressions were carried out to explore the association between belonging of individuals to the different latent classes with a set of sociodemographic and gambling patterns variables, and including problem gambling. The latent classes analysis leads to the constitution of 5 classes of type of practices. The first latent class include 33% of young players who almost exclusively play scratch cards. We call it exclusive scratch card players. The second one includes 30% of young players practicing almost exclusively scratch games and draw and lottery games. We call it draw and scratch players. The third class include 70% of young players, mainly practicing sport betting, but also some betting on e-sport competitions and financial bettings. We call this group bettors. The fourth include 12% of young players practicing several activities, mainly scratch and draw games, but also sports betting and betting on e-sport competitions. We call this group multi-game multiplayers. And the last 5 includes 8% of young players practicing all the activities. And we call this multiplayer at all games. Then we carried out a multivariate logistic regression models to assess the effect of a set of sociodemographic and gambling patterns according to the belonging of individuals of the different latent classes. In this analysis, class 1, exclusive scratch card players, is used as the reference group. So compared to class 1, the class 2 draw scratch players have the same socio-demographic profile. Their gambling practices are more regular and more intense, but with a little impact on gambling problems. Compared to class 1, the class 2 bettors have a very different socio-demographic profile. They are more older boys, whose mothers are more frequently inactive or in higher socio-professional categories. They play gambling more frequently, spend more money on it, gamble more often on the internet, and have more problems related to their gambling practice. Compared to class 1, multi-game multiplayers, the group, the class 4, have a not very different socio-demographic profile, but they play gambling without stakes or simulated more often, have much more intensive gambling practices and more problems. And at the end, the whole game multiplayers, the class 5, form a group with a very marked characteristics that stand out from the other 4. Compared to exclusive scratch card players, they have a specific socio-demographic profile, a majority of boys from more privileged social backgrounds. These young players very clearly have the most intensive and problematic play practice. 2 figures illustrate these observations. 84% of them are problem gamblers, and nearly a third of all young problems gamblers, 31%, come from this group. So, I will conclude. This study shows us that the level of gambling practices among young French people remain at very high level, and it is increasing. If there are few determining socio-demographic gambling predictive factors, parents are fully involved in their kids' gambling practices. We highlight an increase in the proportion of young French excessive gamblers in a context of new technological games modes which strongly attract young people. The predictive factors are many and varied. Role of advertisements, experience of significant winnings, development of erroneous belief, certain attitudes and behaviors of parents. But one of the strongest is the gambling patterns, especially multi-activity. I mean the fact that young gamblers play a lot of different games, including emerging games like e-sport bettings and unregulated games. All these results open up prospects and should lead us to develop prevention programs, parental awareness, and stronger regulations of advertising, especially on social networks. And to end, I put my bibliographic reference. Thank you for your attention.
I would like to thank you for your comprehensive and very interesting presentation, because we have a few minutes of free time. So, yes, so it is additional words.
Oui. I want to complete the methodology of this project. Firstly, you've done an international review, and after a qualitative survey. And the result of the 2 steps permit to create the quantitative questionnaire. So we have different steps in this study, and this promote some information that we have in the qualitative survey in front of the quantitative survey.
Thank you very much. There are some questions. Czy są jakieś pytania z sali? Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you for a very nice presentation. Jakob Jonsson, Sweden. If I was a French parent with a teenager, what would your advice to me about gambling behavior and attitudes and so on to prevent problem?
Obviously, is key questions and key result also of our studies, the involvement of parents. Obviously, there are context. The first one is the relationship between parents and young. So it's difficult to recommend because obviously if parents are on very bad relationships with their kids, it's difficult to tell them. But it's, and we can see that it's a predictive factor of problems gambling. But on the study we saw that there are also something like protective factors, or relationships, better to say relationships on negative relationships between certain attitudes. As protective factors, obviously, the first one is to be aware, so to discuss with their kids about their activities, not only gambling, but leisure activities. And also, but it was obviously that the kids tell us, so is maybe with deformation, but there are also, when protective factors is when parents talk with their kids about the risk of gambling. What I mean in terms of recommendation for prevention actors is that maybe to add, to have a different approach. Obviously, you can have a program, a prevention program focus on kids, but it's interesting also to maybe to use parents at in French is levier, but like a tool to for prevention, for preventions. But I don't know if there are a lot of literature on this point, but I think is a point to work on it.
Thank you very much. I think that I have some questions to authors. First one.
Excuse me. I would like to add something more about this question about the prevention, but I'm going to speak in Polish because it will be much more easy for me. Kilka lat temu dokonywałam przeglądu również badań nad czynnikami ryzyka i czynkami chroniącymi
on the predictors and protective factors related to gambling in young people. Obviously, as you said, the best protective factor is a good, close relationship between the children and their parents. Also, another thing you mentioned, and what could be seen in your results, were parental attitudes against gambling and also reacting to gambling. However, in literature, I also found a risk factor related to values presented by the parents, the values presented by parents to their children. A lot of attention on material things can lead to gambling, so the attitude of a parent's materialistic attitudes towards winnings is also something important. So even when you buy a packet of crisps with a scratch card, it can be reinforced by the parents concerning the social meaning of winning.
To complete, I think that we need to have parents intervene in the profession, and parents need information about gambling. They don't know exactly what is the risk, what is the problem, and you need to have prevention for the parents too.
Dobrze, dziękuję bardzo za
Okay, thank you very much for all the questions. Now I would like to invite Dr. Jolanta Jarczyńska from the Kazimierz Wielki University in Bydgoszcz. It's an institution committed to studying addictions, behavioral addictions, and the author wrote many papers, many scientific papers based on her own research, and also 2 monographies. I would also like to say that Dr. Jarczyńska is a conference organizer as well. She organizes conferences and workshops. I give you the floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say that I will change the subject of discussion a little bit because I will move on to social media. Because for a few years now I've been involved in researching the virtual world, where a lot of time is spent by young people, and my area of interest is the issue of live streaming, so being involved in social media, which is to report also some identity details, which is published via live streaming apps, social media. And today I would like to present only a piece of a major research that was done in this area, in the area of live streaming. This issue that I decided to present to you today, that will be about some correlations, how young people try to cope with identity crisis, what styles they select or choose, what coping strategies they choose to solve problems in their adolescence, and what is the involvement or the share of social media, in particular social platforms. So just like my colleague, I will build it based on 6 points, just briefly about the subject matter of the research and the problems that I would like to address today, a brief characteristic of my research, what was the theory behind, and also presentation of my research results and a few conclusions, recommendations for prevention. I will also add that the research that I will be discussing today, that was done a few years back, that was done 2017, 2018, that was done as part of a public objective co-financed with the gambling problem-solving funds. And the area of research was quite vast. That was the live streaming, and as part of that, using live streaming apps, social media, blogs, vlogs by the youth. So all this activity that is connected with streaming and providing access to or publishing some identity details online in virtual world by the youth. Also, we research how information is published about the youth, what needs the social media fulfill, especially in adolescence. And also that's why we took a research on the one hand to check the stages, the identity stages of the young people and styles, identity styles, so coping strategies undertaken mostly, and what is the correlation between the stages and the styles. So the red circles, these are, or ellipses, these are only the details that I will be publishing today, so I will try to address 3 questions today. How the youth is using social media, what is the percentage that is at risk of abusive use of social media, and whether there is a correlation between specific strategies, coping strategies, identity coping strategies, identity styles, and the abusive use of social media by the youth. What was the background? We know, of course, it's nothing new that the age group that is most involved in use of social media. So these are in particular young people, adolescents. So I tried to take a look at that from the development perspective. For this purpose, I used 2 theories that I will discuss in a minute. I drew on the Erikson's theory, which says that developing identity is one of the key development tasks, and also that solving this crisis positively, it helps fulfill needs and getting a mature identity status, and this allows a person to move on to a next stage, which is adulthood. And we see clearly that this process of growing up and developing an identity these days varies. It is completely different from how it was when I was an adolescent or a few generations back. And the changes are mostly because of the social, economical, demographic changes, also the structure of a family change, relations between generations, and also a major share is the involvement or the share and meaning of social media, which shows that this is some sort of addition to an offline world. And we also see that everybody's trying to be mobile, so there's digital devices that make it possible to be mobile, so this is important. In this theoretical rationale, I also drew on a thesis by Zbigniew Kwieciński, who says about socialization shift, which says that there is a major shift of impact on the adolescents. It does not mean that the family, traditional sources are no longer involved in socialization processes, but there is a new agenda, and this new agenda that has also a major impact on developing identity by the youth. So these are exactly the social media, including social portals, websites. And as I said here, understanding the process of growing up, it's not possible if we do not take a look at the context in the relation of young people to the social media. Also, the research shows that identity, it's not something fixed that does not change. It's not a fixed construct, but we have to take a look at it as a process, because the fact that an adolescent gets his peak identity, so an adult identity, does not mean that as a result of some difficult life situations there will not be a regress and they will not get back to a previous identity stage, like social psychological moratorium. So developing identity, it is a very difficult task that triggers major conflicts, interpersonal conflicts in relations with other people. So therefore, a person faces major problems, and the person tries to cope with the problems. And the way of coping with the problems, with the challenges of adolescence, well, these have been called these identity styles. Today, I would like to say a bit more about what styles there are. Let me just quickly get back that. That was, as I said, done 2017, 2018. The research was done. There was a representative group of adolescents. Back then, it was post-junior high, one of major cities of Poland, Bydgoszcz in total. The research group in that was more than 1,500 school children, and that was a mixed, because there was a survey, and based on that survey we also developed it based on quality research. There was a focus group with adolescents and also individual research. Today I would like to take a look whether there is, between the two variables, the identity styles and the coping strategies, the abusive use of social networks by the youth, whether there is any correlation between the two factors, and if so, what is the correlations and what are the outcomes in terms of prevention. And as I said, the basis for explaining or researching the two research areas. On the one hand, the identity styles, and on the other hand, problem behaviors or risky behaviors, which is the abuse of excessive use of social networks. So there were two theories. The first one was problem behavior theory. It is an old theory, one could say, because that was developed in the 1970s. And I think that it's still valid these days, and this allows us to take a look at behaviors, problem behaviors, from the perspective of some tasks, objectives, and development in adolescence. And young people can get engaged in problem behaviors, which is an abusive, harmful use of social media, to fulfill maybe some psychological needs that have not been fulfilled, like belonging to some sort of a group, or recognition, love, intimacy, relation, or safety. Also, this theory says that this development context of problem behaviors, we can explain it through the fact that young people get involved in excessive use of social media, because this is a way for them to get to their identity, to maybe become independent from adults. So blogs, social media. So this can be a way to create your identity or your image. This is some sort of exploring that the virtual reality allows you to do. And another thing is that we can also take a look at the meaning in terms of development of problem behaviors, because somehow they help young people cope with problems, school problems, or in relations with peers or with parents, or in case of rejection by a girlfriend or a boyfriend. So we can treat them as a bit of an escape, not solving a problem, but coping with the problem, like putting the problem aside or cutting off. And then the social media can be the area where the adolescent flees to. And in terms of the identity styles variable, so now the theory behind that is the social cognitive concept of Michael Berzonski. And the author, as part of this concept, he developed a model of identity styles. And this allows us to clarify individual differences in terms of identity status. And he says that every human being, including an adolescent, chooses their own strategies with which they try to solve some problems that they are facing. And they call these strategies identity styles. And in this model, he mentions three styles: information, normative, and diffusive, evasive. And also he adds that a very important factor that should be treated as a protective factor is engagement or involvement. So this is a factor that is responsible for giving a meaning or an objective or a direction to some exploration and developing one's own identity. The information made by Berzonski and his team, but also the future research, that shows that people who take specific identity style, they are characterized by some factors or specifics. And information style, so it is defined that this is more for people who are actively engaged in seeking for information about their own identity. So these are people who are willing to have a critical approach to information they get. They have broad interests, and they use a strategy, a coping strategy, based on solving the task. So it's more solving than emotions. And here the correlation based on the identity styles and the identity status reach. So this shows that this information style, it is considered one of the most required styles, so strategies of coping with the identity crisis, because usually that meant an adolescent getting to the status of a mature identity. The second style, this is normative, and this is more for people who have a strong need of closing up their exploration process. So they want to take up their identity as quickly as possible. So they are more prone to adopt some identities of beliefs from some important people. And also the research shows that there is a correlation between this normative style. So this is usually adopting an identity, a mirror identity, the most dysfunctional one for development of young people. So this is the diffuse avoidant. So this is a style that does not help solve a crisis. So this is more prone to keep this identity searching or exploring, coming back to previous development stages. And that's why the people who use this style, diffusive avoidance style, so these are people who are unwilling to confront their problems. They're not trying to solve their problems. They're trying to avoid and use an escape strategy, a procrastination in taking some tasks.
So the third style gives us rumination identity or longer social moratorium of young people. Berzoński, when he did his research on identity styles, he indicated that each style is related to certain attributes of the self. The informative style is informational style is focused on one's own self, one's own values, knowledge, self-development, autonomy, building the autonomy of young people. Normative style is based on collective, group aspects of identity. So authority, figures of authority such as parents would be extremely important, as well as belonging to a group, while diffusive avoidance style has important social attributes related to focus on appreciation, reputation, praise, popularity, impressing other people. So in this context, we have to reflect on social media, because social media satisfy many of those needs. To study this aspect of reality, I have assumed two variables: the identity styles, excessive use of social media. This variable of excessive use of social media has been characterized as behaviors characterized by loss of control in the use of social media that can lead to spending there too much time and also isolating from the environment, neglecting other areas of life such as learning at school, active rest, hygiene or health. And also excessive use of social media was a criterion that included not only time spent in social media, but also some other symptoms. We assumed 7 criteria that are related with behavioral addictions, like too much interest, salience of social media, loss of control, a lot of time, withdrawal, increasing tolerance, neglect, continuing to use social media despite harms, and also mood relief, mood modification, escape. The tools we used in the research in survey for identity styles, we used the questionnaire of identity styles. It's a tool prepared by Berzoński and then modified by Belgian researchers Lux and et al. We have a Polish adaptation of the tool by Alicja Senejko and Zbigniew Łoś from Wrocławski University. Simple scale with 49 statements about beliefs, attitudes, coping styles that the researcher, it has answers from 1 to 5, completely agree to from completely disagree to completely agree. This tool allows us to diagnose these three: identity style, informational, normative, and diffuse avoidant. So here I can show you an example of the item number 20. When I have to make an important life decision, I try to postpone it as much as I can to see what happens. It's an item to diagnose the diffusive avoidant style. The scale has confirmed psychometric values, is reliable and multifactorial. The second scale that we used was to measure excessive use of social media. It's the SONGS 14 scale by Polish researchers Martyna Kotyśko, Paweł Izdebski, Maciej Michalak, and Paulina Andryszak from our Kazimierz Wielki University in Bydgoszcz. It has 14 diagnostic questions. The questions are related to the symptoms of excessive use of social media. It allows to measure the intensity of the phenomenon and also calculate the percentage of risk users of social media. The scale is also 5 points. The Likert scale, 1, completely disagree, and 5 means completely agree. And also an example of an item. To be able to use a social media portal, I sleep less than I used to. This scale was also validated in a psychometric sense. It's a one-factor scale with a satisfactory Cronbach factor level, which means it's reliable. So let's talk about results. We asked questions to young people about their use of social media. I think it's obvious for everyone. Of course, young people use social media a lot. They use Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Google. I must also only add that we did it a couple of years ago, so TikTok was not so popular back then. Right now, we would have to include TikTok, definitely. Maybe it would be even in the top of the ranking. As to communicators, Snapchat and Messenger dominated. How many profiles, how many accounts they had in social media? That was one question we asked. Most people said they had one account. The popularity of Facebook was the highest and higher than Instagram at that time. As to communicator, Messenger had the biggest popularity, bigger than Snapchat. About 30% of teenagers said that they had as much as 6 profiles or 6 accounts in the social media, and 1 in every third even said, some said that they had even 7 accounts. So what is the percentage of risk users on the basis of the SONGS 14 scale? Research shows that it's not as bad as you could think. This internet is not the devil as some might think. Most young people are not in a risk group of excessive use of social media. The percentage of young people at risk was 13%. People who fulfilled all 5 criteria of addiction that have been mentioned before was only 2%. About 8% met at least 3 criteria of addiction. On this slide, in this table, you can see 14 items included in the scale of excessive use of social media. The ones that have been marked in red are the symptoms of excessive social media use that have been the most frequently indicated by young people in our study. Number 6, 26% of young people said they had problems limiting the time they spent on using social media. But we know that time itself is not yet a criterion to diagnose addiction or excessive use. Another criterion dominating one, indicated by 22.5%, was the need to go to the social media portal to improve one's mood. This is important because it shows that social media is a way for young people to improve their mood, to feel better. Another items on the top of the list, about 13%, almost 13% of the respondents said they had problems falling asleep because of the use of social media. They also declared that when they face a failure in life, then they feel more drawn to social media to have a look, to be there. They also declared that other people complained about them spending too much time on social media. And also they declared that they were willing to sleep less in order to use social media. Third problem that I tried to respond to was the relationship, the correlation between the strategies, the coping styles and identity crisis, coping styles and the use of social media. So there was a statistically important, significant correlation between the diffusive avoidance style. It was a correlation in which the more diffusive avoidant one person was, the more problematic was their use of social media. So people, the teenagers who use social media too much, most of them would have the diffusive avoidant identity style and coping style to cope with the problems of adolescence. Another positive correlation, we had a negative correlation between excessive use of social media and informational style. So the teenagers who know what they want, who know their values, who are pretty sure about their goals, are willing to focus on goals in line with their identity, so it can be considered to be a protective factor against excessive use of social media. So shortly, briefly, conclusions. Most teenagers do use social media. The respondents were not a homogeneous group. There was a very different range of intensity of use of social media, very different and varied range of symptoms. Most of pupils are not in a risk group of excessive use of social media. So as I said, we did not confirm what media creates, the image in the media creates that more and more young people are addicted to social media. That is simply not true. And also the diffuse avoidance style seems to be the dominant style in the risk group of people who use social media excessively. That's a pity, because in this context we can see that these people escape, they postpone important life decisions, they are not willing to confront problems, they have issues, they have problems coping with trouble, they postpone decision-making, so it's much harder for them to respond to the identity crisis which a teenage person always faces. A characteristic of people who use this style, who have this identity style, they have low feeling of control, their decision-making style is chaotic, quite often they're hedonistic and egocentric. Their values are focused on material things or experiencing pleasure. They escape from problems, they are not able to solve problems. They have the escape mechanism very active. In this context, we can see the social media as a place where those people escape, to forget about their problems. It's a place where teenagers try to satisfy some of their needs, some of the hedonistic needs as well. People who have a diffusive avoidant identity style also have social attributes dominant, such as need for popularity, need for appreciation, good reputation, impressing others, as I have said before. So in preventive measures and preventive programs working with the young people, we should think how to make it a constructive tool for people to indicate to them some other ways of fulfilling those needs. Engagement can be a protective factor that can show direction to young people, reinforce good attitudes, reinforce the search for identity and to commit, sense of commitment. So when working with young people, with teenagers, the priority should be education, to educate young people towards a more constructive time management, free time management. They can use social media as well, why not? But it would be good to use them in an interesting way, in a constructive way, and not just keep scrolling and comparing yourself to others. Psychoeducation for young people is important to teach them self-control. Also, they should learn about the content they publish, to be careful about the data they're publishing on the internet, to not expose themselves to danger or to harm their own image. And also, it's worthwhile to develop strategies of coping, good coping styles to solve problems, and not those strategies that focus on emotions and on escapism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are a bit behind in terms of timing, and we only have time for a single question. I understand that it's more important to stick to the time frames that to get more knowledge about the subject that was just discussed in this presentation. And now I will ask Maria Rukat to take the floor. Marta. I'm sorry. Marta Rukat from the Warmińsko-Mazurski University of Olsztyn, where she's a junior professor. Can you please continue this subject, but more in the context of the knowledge of parents, of students that display risky behaviors online. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think I should welcome the previous speaker for this wonderful lecture. That was an introduction that I could also put in my presentation. My presentation, as usually, in terms of merits, but like more digestible, some research plus a few images. We can say that youth, currently adolescents now, are more prone to risky behaviors. So some operations that pose a risk of negative consequences, both in terms of mental and physical health of the person and their social environment. For many people, we can see that they're tired of some sort of a regular normal life, and also they're prone to risk and some extreme crossing the boundaries which seem inaccessible to a regular human being. Adolescents are trying to look for various weird experiences, and very often they're not aware of the risks involved. The reasons for this type of life by the adolescents. So this is mainly, as already mentioned, willingness to have some emotions, so to experience the unpredictable, to draw attention of others. People take risky behaviors also because they seem the best way for them to get some identity or social targets, like becoming independent or just becoming independent from parents, authorities, coping with fear of failure, or confirming one's maturity. Risky behaviors also let people forget the problems they fear, reduce stress, frustration, or fulfill their major needs, mental needs. Risky behaviors are definitely a part of the growing up process, because young people very often perceive risks differently, and what can be the risk of the specific behavior, and also very often they downplay the risks, errors, and the risk taken. So this is, of course, that cannot be avoided, because this is the mistakes that we make that help we develop and prevent recurring and doing the same thing again. Risky behaviors in adolescence, of course, they change, which can be seen if we take a look especially at yet another examples. And the technological progress makes some pathological behaviors and tendencies and the risky behaviors of young people also move or shift to the virtual world, where this risk map keeps expanding and evolving. So what risks are there in this online network? So mainly physical, mental, moral, and social risks, intellectual risks. Many of the risks, very often, almost all of them, people are not aware of them, and they can also trigger risk of legal consequences, serious legal consequences. If we consider risky behaviors of the adolescents online, so aggression, cyberbullying, hate, also behaviors connected with safe, so cyberpornography, grooming, but also sharing personal information or other categories like gambling or access to dangerous contents, pirate contents, downloading materials. So these are only some of the behaviors. As I already mentioned, this area keeps evolving. The research, very briefly about the methodology, so a diagnostic research, anonymous paper among the 6th and 8th graders of primary school in the territory of Warmińsko-Mazurskie province. The research group was 687 students. The second part of the research, that was a focus group, and that was with parents involved. And here we had a research group of 74 parents, and the research was done May-June 2020, and we do not have yet the research fully processed. This is only a piece of that. And, well, as something that we all know about, and I think that every single research now shows that currently youth is online. 100% of the students that took part, they declared that they have daily, regular access to the internet. The main tool, this is the mobile phone. Computers, well, there are just a small percentage of desktop computers, and they spend about 4 hours a day online. Only 17% of them declared that this is less than 2 hours, and every 10th person says it's in excess of 6 hours. Some say even 8 hours per day. If they don't have school, then it's much longer. The students, almost 70% of them, they say that if it's a day off, they spend at least 6 hours with the phone in their hand on various mobile activities. 23% of adolescents say 8 hours. Every fourth adolescent says also that very intensely they use it at night time after 10 p.m., even to 3 a.m., regardless whether it's a school night or not. But it takes place also on a school night. So if we compare the results of this research with trends in Poland and trends globally, then we see that this number, the number of hours spent online, keeps increasing. So, moving on to the merits. So, friends online, hate, cyber pornography. So, this is more and more common in online. And what is interesting and very well known to the adolescents. So, to this point, that if you ask them to build a definition of this phenomena, so they used terms that we could put in a book, like a definition, textbook definition, but very often they develop their own definition of the phenomena, correct ones, and surprising, but presenting the approach of the youth. According to students, cyberbullying, so this is some sort of a violence that is done with use of modern technologies. The young people, they know that the violence is recurrent, very often it is to harm someone, and this takes form of like sending some films to defame other people or information. This is also exclusion from online groups like Facebook, class groups, or internet forums. And the violence, this is also like conflicts, triggering conflicts by using abusive language, getting information from other people, online information, to disclose it then and to use it to the detriment of the person concerned. The research has shown that more than 1/3 of students, 37%, were a victim of online bullying. Students said that there was abusive language, compromising online or putting in an uncomfortable situation, or revealing some secrets, very personal secrets. The students said also defaming and also sharing private information, private photos, images without their consent, but even hacking their private internet accounts or blackmailing. What is interesting, also every third person, it is 31%, that was 37, said that they were the perpetrator of the online violence. And about the forms of mentioned by the perpetrators, so that was abusive language, attacks online because they feel anonymous, that nobody will track them, sharing photos without consent or knowledge of the author. Hate, so this is an abusive comment or abusive language. So this is, according to students, the most common way of commenting online, YouTube, and also some gossip media. The haters usually what makes them do that. So this is envy, but also the need to draw someone's attention. The students said that almost half of them were a victim of such behaviors, but also maybe this is surprising that the perpetrators of hate, according to the knowledge of the victims, so that was both strangers and close friends, colleagues, other students. Another thing is sexting, in the opinion of the adolescents. So this is sending nude or half-nude photos, films to other people. Of course, when 10 years ago I did a similar research, so it was not that common back then, but now a lot more. For sure, this is more and more common among adolescents. Usually that was as part of flirting or showing love, or closeness, but also sexual relations, and such materials are being searched as a proof of love in a relationship or used as a way to get the attention of the opposing sex. So this is very often at the very early stage of the relation or knowing. In some extreme situation, this may be to defame people who took part in it by sharing the photos among friends or posting them online or posting them or sharing them with a lot of people. And now a comment about sexting, so sending photos, tags of erotic nature. Almost 30%, well, every 1 in 3 people who committed, they did it, and even more people said that they were the recipients of such contents. More than a half sees nothing wrong in this form of communication as long as both parties agree, and in the opinion of the recipient, it is not too vulgar. So according to Relations by the Attitudes, recording, sharing or publishing sexual contact. So this is something common, and very often they are not aware of any negative consequences of the behavior. So they just does not cross the minds. Unfortunately, also sending such content materials, it turns out to be forced and caused by bullying or other forms of peer violence online, and such situations were faced by every 10th person, every 10th boy or girl. Grooming. I always think that probably every one of us remembers the time when our parents would warn us not to take any gifts from strangers, or not to be given a lift by a stranger, or not to talk to a stranger in the first place. The times have changed, and the risk is not right behind the corner, not in the street, but it is online in your smartphone or on computer. So grooming, so it can be defined as a specific form of virtual relation between an adult and a child for sexual abuse. It can take various forms, like forcing someone to watch pornographic materials, to making a child to record such materials and such materials, up to an actual physical contact. And now students asked whether they know what grooming is. 89% said they do not know the term, but if asked, if the question was asked differently than the 89% of the seducing online, then 89% said that yes, they understand it. 30% of students admitted that such situations did take place in their life, that when a stranger tried to contact them to have an intimate relationship online. And older people also said that this type of communication was definitely shut down by them. But what is surprising and what is terrifying is that none of the people notified any of the adult parents or teachers about this.
They also did not speak to psychologists, or they only shared the experience with their peers. As to cyberpornography, there is a problem for adults and for the youth, is that cyberpornography is so easily accessible nowadays. On just a single click, saying, yes, I'm 18 years old, you can enter porno sites. So this definitely has an influence. Cyberpornography is different than what we used to have in the past. We used to have some magazines or videos. It's different. People don't fear, they feel anonymous, and 59% of the teenagers tested, they had some contact with pornography on the internet, and some of them said, 37% said that they did it repeatedly. Mariusz Gola spoke yesterday, and he said that between 7 and 12 years old, it was 12%, then in an older group, 25% visited porn sites. So in total it's 37% or 38% in the research of the professor, so it's quite congruent. We can see that the results from our Warmia and Mazuria region are repeated in other regions. So they visit porn sites to develop their sexuality, out of curiosity, to reduce their shame, and to satisfy physiological needs. About half of the students said they entered porn sites without wanting. It was just a coincidence, but 1/3 says they searched for the content they wanted to find it, and some of them got it from their peers. Among other risky behaviors, young people said that they revealed their real personal data, they disclosed intimate information, they went on dates with people whom they met on the internet without telling their parents. They also visited sites that were not for young people. The patho streaming, that is very popular lately, and also insulting people they don't like celebrities, and playing games on the internet that are addictive. Now we will jump to a different topic. You will receive also the presentation. You will be able to have a closer look. I will skip those. And as to reasons for risky behaviors, what do the young people say? They say the internet is like that. It's anonymous, interactive, no barriers, no limitations, but also characteristics of the person. Low self-esteem, feeling rejected, a high level of fear, emotional, social immaturity, a low threshold of resistance to frustration. What they also say is that risky behaviors are caused by lack of knowledge of parents on new technologies, and lack of knowledge about the risks and dangers, not knowing the rules on the internet, no supervision from the parents. In the opinion of the young people, the source of pathological behaviors is also that when they grow up, they search for attention. They need a lot of attention. They don't get it in their families. And also another reason for risky behaviors was to want to escape from problems at school, in the family, in their peer group, and also get appreciation from other peers, and also peer pressure. What were our reflections after the study? In reference to parents, adults always forget. They forget that the internet is a natural element of our lives. It's completely different than it used to be. Everything has changed, and it changed our way of thinking. Adults, we remember times without internet. We remember times when internet was just starting. And adults, when they go online, they act very differently than young people. So it's also something that is reflected in the relationship between the parents and their children, because there is a lot of difference in our approach to digital technologies. For adults, it was normal that there was an online world and offline world, but for kids, for young people, the border is blurred. They live in permanent digital reality. Adults, even if they say differently, they only see a fragment of the activity of young people, of children on the internet. The parents often are convinced that they know how much time the children spend online, they know what they do, they know who they contact, but that's just an illusion. The reality shows that parents very often don't know the reality. And also the study that I carried out, shows that parents are often unaware, first, of how much time their children spend online, and also what kinds of risks they encounter. Another problem is not only not knowing the time and way of use, but also especially what the children or teenagers, or even children younger than teenagers, what they do, whom they talk to, what do they watch, whom do they admire, what songs do they listen to, what lyrics do they sing? They don't know, because parents don't talk to their children about their experience online and about online safety. Very often there are no clear rules about accessing online content. And shortly, a fragment from the study. Parents often say that children spend about 2 hours online every day, and the students said at least 4 hours. Parents say that children are active between 4 and 8 p.m., very rarely in the evenings, while from the teenagers we learned that they often spend time during the night when the parents think that they're already asleep. Children often describe situations that they waited for their parents to turn off the light in their bedroom to take out the smartphone and discreetly watch some digital content online. As to parental control, parents very rarely control the online activity of their children and the content they view. They don't use filters. Very few of them even know they exist. Some install some filters, but then they are not able to use them, to watch them, to supervise them. It was also a qualitative study, so I wanted to explain it to you. But more than half of the parents never heard about filters or protections, parental controls. So they don't know how to make it safer for their kids. About almost a half of the parents said that there were some rules about internet use, but usually it was only limiting the time online, and also the time depended on doing homework and course at home, chores. So if you washed the dishes and did your homework, you did what we asked you to, now you can use the internet. And many parents also said that they didn't see the need to introduce any limitations or rules related to the time online, and also they didn't see the need to control the content viewed by their children. Many parents admitted that their digital competences were much lower than those of their kids, but at the same time they tried to speak to them, to discuss different kinds of problems on the internet, but also many parents admitted that the problems were solved by cutting off internet. So if they see a problem, okay, so now you have a ban for the internet and that will teach you. So as to risky behavior, when parents were asked what are risky behaviors, they said playing games, because games are addictive. That was the first thing on top of their mind. So most parents think that the biggest risk are online games, because online games make it harder for children to learn, because children don't do their homeworks, they neglect family meetings and peers. But actually, it turns out that parents also know other risks, such as cyberbullying. They called it differently. They said violence online. Parents also confirmed that their children did experience a lot of forms of violence online, like rejection, exclusion from groups, insults, posting pictures without consent, but they are unaware completely about the scale of the problems. They don't know if those were just single events or if it's repeated. They also never reported anything to teachers or to pedagogists or to law enforcement. Only if it escalated, they declared they would act and do something. As to porn, parents know not very much, to say the least. They try not to think about it. They refuse to accept that their kids could be interested in pornography or could be searching for this kind of content online. So if they refuse to accept the sexuality of their kids, they don't control it, then they don't speak about it, and it's a taboo topic in the families. As to grooming, parents are aware that there are dangers, that the kids could get to know some dangerous people. They are aware that it could get intimate or sexual, but they are not aware of the actual mechanisms of grooming. They also don't talk to their kids about this problem. The only thing they do is like, don't talk to strangers, don't take a candy from the stranger, don't do that, remember. Also, what parents indicate are risky behaviors related to not thinking what you publish online, revealing your personal data, revealing your credit card numbers, passwords to accounts, and so on and so forth. So that's something that worries them, that something could get that data, and they do educate their children about this problem. Most parents admit that their children do not share everything with them. They don't talk about their online experiences, especially when they have problems. And maybe that's why their knowledge about risky behaviors and the parents' knowledge about what their children experience online and the dangers encountered online is very low. And to end with, risky behaviors are more and more prevalent. They happen more and more often. It's a multi-aspectual problem, a very complex one, determined by different kinds of factors, both social factors and psychological factors. And when we combine it with the intense use of internet, even excessive use, even addiction, it has a big impact on how youth acts socially, in the family, mentally, physically, and even economically. Teenagers do need direction. They do need someone to tell them the right way, to show them the right path. We taught them to talk, to speak, to walk, to ride the bike, to get dressed, and to eat. But also we should teach them to be safe on the internet, to be responsible, to be able to use it safely. A smartphone and internet with access to the internet is something that is at our homes to stay, and they can fulfill their positive roles in our lives if we use them wisely, and also if we teach it to our children. And what young people don't learn, adults will not know. So thank you very much for your attention.
Również bardzo serdecznie
Thank you
dziękuję
very
za
much.
tą prezentację. Czy są może jakieś pytania do prelegentki?
Do we have any questions?
Thank you very much for an interesting presentation and the research as well. I got curious, did you notice any differences between genders in those factors that you mentioned, grooming, cyberbullying, etc.?
Dziękuję bardzo za pytanie. Badania są jeszcze cały czas... Badania są cały czas jeszcze analizowane.
We are still analyzing data.
Bardzo podobne badania
we did a similar
prowadziłam i oczywiście te różnice międzypłciowe wybrzmiewają. Nie we wszystkich. Też jakby zaskakujące jest to, że dziewczynki są bardziej aktywne w pewnych...
It's surprising that girls are more active than boys in certain areas, such as sexting.
Tutaj przodują nad
Girls do it much more and more intensely than boys. As to hate, boys were more
badania, tam wiele
active.
różnych korelacji. Mam nadzieję,
And
że
there were multiple correlations.
W niedługim czasie uda się
I hope that very soon we will publish more extensive results, and you will be able to read them in our paper. Yes, I can confirm that there are differences between the sexes. Thank you.
Czy ktoś jeszcze ma pytania?
Any other questions? Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't have questions, then thank you very much for your active participation in this session. Now we will have half an hour for a coffee break. Thank you very much.
działa ten mikrofon?
Nie działa.
Witam Państwa
Hello, ladies and
na
gentlemen.
kolejnej sesji.
Welcome to another session. This session
jest poświęcona
will be about
problemowi hazardu, czyli
gambling,
zaburzeń związanych z
so
hazardem
gambling disorder
w specyficznych grupach.
in specific groups.
Mamy trochę więcej
We
czasu
have
niż w
a
poprzedniej
bit more
sesji,
time than
bo
in the
mamy
previous
półtorej
session
godziny
because
na
now we
trzy
have 1.5
wystąpienia,
hour for
natomiast
3
musimy
lectures,
bardzo się zdyscyplinować,
but
żeby
we have to
zakończyć
stick to the
punktualnie
time
o
frames to
12:30,
finish at
także będę
12:30. So I will
występujących.
make sure that you finish on time. The first speaker will be Anna Estevas from Deusto University in Spain, and she will be discussing the issue of gambling among young women. Anna is a professor at the Faculty of Psychology of the Spain University. She is the manager of MA studies. She is the researcher of gambling psychology and behavioral disorders. She is a winner of international rewards and author of many articles on gambling. Anna, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Nice to be with you, even I am in Spain. Sorry for that. I send you a lot of love from here. This is, yeah. Can you see the screen? It's okay, no? Vale. Yeah, thank you. I am going to talk about gambling and young women, no? Because sometimes something that we have been studying during the last time is about young people and gambling. We know that in the case of young people, they have greater predisposition not to develop the gambling disorder if they started sooner, no? And if they started sooner, they have greater severity of gambling disorder and negative consequence in the adult life. We have been just doing research about what are the gambling motives that people have to gamble. And as you know, as the model of Stewart and Sack, we have three different ones. We have enhancement, we have coping, and we have social ones. It is something very interesting for us because we have to distinguish between what are the motivation for gambling in the case of young people and what are the motivation for gambling in the case of adult people. But our question is even they are different between young people and adult people. Maybe this is that what we thought about, we have been thinking about is maybe there are some difference between women adolescent and men adolescent. We know that the brain in the best case it's is developing till 23 years old, and we have been doing some research about female gamblers and the difference between non-gamblers, and we have been getting some data about in the last year the they started, the women adolescent started each day earlier, and we have observed that they started each day more earlier, and this is an increasing prevalence. For the moment it's not so high, but we just observe that. Another issue that we love is attachment, is what is in that situation, no? Relate with attachment, and we have been doing research about insecure attachment style. This is just a picture, just thinking about that maybe, that is typical from a man, a man adolescent, is completely different in the case of women adolescent. In a man, and I am, that's, no, it's okay. Perfect. And this is our topic. For this reason, we have been thinking about what is the goal, what is the principal aim of this study, and we have been trying to explore the difference between groups of problem and non-problem gamblers in attachment, gambling motives, positive and negative mood, affect, and addictive behavior. We measure gambling, drugs, spending, alcohol, and video games, and the three different gambling motives that we mentioned before. We try to compare this kind of these three variables in the sample of at-risk possible problem gambling, because as you know, in the case of adolescent, it's not the same. We cannot talk about pathological gambling. We are talking about possible problem gambles are problematic ones. So some in this case, this is a very big difference. And of course, we try to analyze, to examine the predictive role of positive and negative mood, gambling motives, and attachment in this kind of addictive behavior, as I mentioned before. For that, we use a sample. We have here some the participation that we got. We have adolescent women, and we have different one. General sample that we get from educational centers, and clinical sample that we have to thank to FEJAR. I know that they are attending this congress too, so thank you, FEJAR, because of that we have this sample, the clinical one. We use SOCRA, as you can imagine, to discriminate between different groups. These are the instruments that we use: gambling, comorbidity about multi-case CAT, that, as you know, this is a screening questionnaire, drugs, alcohol, gaming, compulsive shopping, and so. The attachment, gambling motives, and positive and negative moods with the PANAS that we usually do. This is the, as mentioned before, which we thank to FEJAR. We use a version online and paper version. We have to the ethical committee, and all the process, it was supervised by the ethical process, and we have done some results that I am going to present you next. First, the first thing that we try to know is what are the difference between girls with gambling problems and not with problem. As we can imagine that girls with gambling problems score higher on gambling, drugs, compulsive spending, maternal attachment, and all the three gambling motives: copying, enhancement, and social ones. Well, I'm. If you need more information about that, we have the article too. But just in case, I have here the effect size, just to know that in some case they are largest ones, and in some case it's not so big. So for the reason I mentioned here, just to pay attention about that. If we talk about the relation between different variables, and a lot of results in that case, we can talk about the relation, the positive relation between drugs, spending, of course, negative mood, now, motive for improvement, and coping, and the negative one with maternal attachment. In the case of drugs, it's very related with video games, alcohol, negative mood, and in the negative way with attachment, paternal and maternal one. In the case of spending that we have done a study some time ago, and a longitudinal one, and for us it's quite very important, because spending on the manner of people manage the money, it can be a variable that can affect in the onset of gambling in the adult in an adult period of time. For this reason, we usually to measure spending in adolescent, because we have observed that is a really a very important variable. And in the case, I am thinking about the prevention programs and so, and the manner they manage the money, how they spend the money, and so it can be correlated with the onset of gambling disorder in an adulthood. That it's a very nice, it's about another study that we have done before. Video games, alcohol, and coping, no? But getting better, that is very typical, no? That we know because of Fulvia, no? And about the motives in women. And it's negative relate with attachment. In the case of video games, it's positive relate with negative moods, 2 weeks, and negative in the negative way with maternal attachment. It's very interesting, no? It's we don't have time now just to think carefully about that, no? But as you know, in our research team, we do research about attachment. What is are the difference between maternal attachment, paternal attachment, and so on. It's quite interesting just to think carefully these results. In the case of regression, no, it's as I mentioned before, the aim of the study was to analyze the predictive role of positive and negative affect, gambling motives, and attachment in relate to addiction. It's a screening, no, measure, but we know something more about gambling, drugs, spending, alcohol, and video games. Here you have some information about gambling, as you can see, no, the predictive role with social and coping motives, substance abuse with parental attachment, spending with social coping and enhancement motive, alcohol with improvement motives and parental and peer attachment, and in the case of video games, none of the model were significant. Just to summarize this information and just to discuss some of the main important results that we got with this is that one thing is that we have found about other women, no, that it's coping motive, of course, can be pointed out as the main precursor to gamble, and it's different if we compare with male samples. It's different. So maybe, no, as Fulvia repeat always, no, maybe it can be different treatment and it can be different prevent programs. Of course, if we are talking about adults, women and men, but maybe we have to consider that maybe that it has to be different if we compare young women and adult women, because the motives that they have to or the gambling motives, maybe they are completely different as this kind of result show us. Maybe because of development stage, because the brain, because the impulsivity, because the seeking approval, because of the seeking, sensation seeking, reward, the need of others to know it's not so important. The family in that moment, the group of friends are more important. So this is very important. So this is something that we have to consider carefully. In the case of attachment, insecure attachment is related to the symptomatic expression of risk addictive behavior in adolescent. In this case, well, it's a very we have to think, no, about that negative relationship. No, it's very interesting results, and results are contradictory in terms of the influence of specific attachment figure. Well, we have to think, no, about that, because yes, it's a period of time, the difference of age, and so no. And in this case, the predictive variables differ. It depends of the personality, clinical characteristics, and so. And this is so important too. And as we it's another result that for us it was really very interesting is about the affectivity is not shown as a predictor variable for addictive behavior in adolescent females. In this study we have to go on doing different study just to know, you know, it is a result that keep a long time, or is just in this kind of, or try trying to explain why it happens in this study. It's very interesting because it was previous studies with adult women, but not with adolescent females. No, their manner of gambling, their manner of being is completely different. So for this reason, this finding might suggest, no, it's a new area or go on with that, a different profile of female problem gamblers according to age, not with gender or sex, even to age that have been demonstrated in previous studies with another addiction and also in men gamblers. It's not the same men, adults, and young people. Well, all we cannot say any study without limitation, and this has, of course, is a cross-sectional study. We have done some longitudinal ones, but in this case, this data is about a cross-sectional study. The characteristic of the sample, it can be different because they are public in patient in public health system, private psychotherapy people that they are not yet in treatment, and we compare general sample of adolescent and a specific group in a specific treatment in a specific place as is FEHAR, and we cannot generate. We cannot know a lot about adult women, so we have to consider that gender, because this study is related with sex difference, but it's not gender perspective. We have to consider too. Conclusion, it's not so many research in this area in gambling disorder in women. We have to thank Fulvia, no? All that she has done, and because of that we started with adolescent, that is our area in this moment. Because of thanks to her, we are doing research together, Italy and Spain, and we are doing focus group, and we are going we are doing some research, and we hope that the next year we can share with you in this conference. We have to try to consider, no, the sex difference, the gender perspective that is completely different to the sex, and age. No, that age is really a very fundamental variable. And exploring is it's the difference between women, adult and young. And in the case of prevention and intervention, we have to try to think carefully. What if we are talking about prevention, is not the same if we try to prevent to mm, men adolescent or women adolescent. Maybe we have to consider what are the real motives of gambling in this different age and this different sex. And this is because sometimes we do prevention programs as they are only one kind of people, no? And there is a lot of people, and maybe this kind of people they have different needs in that sense. Thank you very much. This is the contact of us, and this is you have here, and this is because we are in a research team, and this is two of my colleagues, Laura and Paula, and we have done this together. So thanks to have these people near to present this kind of data. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękuję, Anna, za wspaniały twój wykład.
Presentation.
Zostań z nami.
Please stay with us. We might have questions.
Czy macie państwo
Do you have questions, ladies and gentlemen?
Jakieś pytania? No, tak cały czas słuchając,
I have listened to you with attention,
nasunęło mi się,
and I have
no właśnie trochę żal, że
reflection.
Nie ma porównania
It's
z
a pity that we could not compare it to young men, to young boys, because especially as to comorbidities,
W polskich badaniach
In Polish research,
wydaje się takie, że problem z
it might
zakupami to
seem
mają
that
młode
shopping,
kobiety przede wszystkim,
excessive
przynajmniej
spending
tak
is
stereotypowo się myśli.
about women. This is the
Natomiast w polskich badaniach
stereotype.
ostatnim
But we did some research in Poland in 2019,
okazało się, że właśnie
and
w
it
grupie
turns
młodych
out
mężczyzn
that young
bardzo
boys, young men also have problems with compulsive spending, with problem shopping. So it would be really interesting to be able to compare those two genders. I don't see any questions.
This that you mentioned is quite interesting. I feel that maybe the expression of spending is different in men and women. Here in Bilbao, in Spain, we have a lot of adult people and all elderly people that usually go from one bar to another, and they used to pay a lot of money, and they cannot control very well their money. And for example, if they are in the bar, they say, I am going to pay for all the rest of the people. And I was wondering myself, this is a spending expression in men, and maybe in women is quite different. I cannot think that maybe the expression of spending is quite different, not only because of the things that they use to buy, no, not only that, even the method, no, because the culture is different, and it's true that in that case, no, I can see in a lot of bars, no, that they cannot control themselves. Maybe they are not buying, I don't know, food or present to another, or um, or I don't know, I don't know. So shoes, no, but they spend a lot of money and they waste the money, and this is something very related with gambling and with buying too. It's very nice that you mentioned.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Of course, you are invited to listen to the rest of the session. And now I would like to invite our next speaker that will speak about other specific group, inmates in prisons. Dr. Małgorzata Piasecka, together with Sebastian Liziński and Emil Podolak, they will present to us this topic. Małgorza's presentation. Małgorzata has spoken yesterday. She's an assistant professor in the Resocialization, Rehabilitation, Social Sciences Department at the Jagiellonian University, specialist therapist, addiction therapist, president of the smaller Poland Foundation on Psychological Treatment of Addictions, and also co-author of many papers and studies. Mr. Emil Podolak, psychologist, addiction therapist, associated with the prison service officers. He works in the prison central management unit in Warsaw. And Dr. Lizińczyk is human science PhD, psychologist, addiction therapist, and also works at the Prison Management Center. So now I will give you the floor.
Bardzo dziękujemy.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Witam Państwa
Great.
bardzo serdecznie. W dniu
Welcome.
dzisiejszym zaprezentujemy
I will
Państwu
present to you
fragment
a
szerokich
part
działań,
of a big
które są
study
realizowane
that
w
is
celu
being implemented
opracowania
in order to prepare a
działań związanych z
comprehensive
ograniczaniem
intervention
zaburzeń uprawiania hazardu
to
wśród
prevent
osób,
gambling
osadzonych w jednostkach
disorders
penitencjarnych u
in
nas w
inmates
kraju.
in
Cała
Polish
inicjatywa
prisons.
związana
The
właśnie z
entire
podjęciem
initiative
takiej refleksji
is supposed to cause a reflection on how gambling happens in prisons and how we can prevent this kind of disorder. This initiative was created thanks to the sirs that co-present with me, Mr. Sebastian Lizińczyk and Mr. Emil Podolak. Within this initiative, we started to cooperate. As of today, we can only show you a very small fragment of our project. This fragment, this part, is related to a very initial stage that starts our program, which is the diagnosis of the needs and resources in relation to the phenomenon of gambling in prisons, and if there is a need for intervention, for preventive programs for inmates. The questions that we asked ourselves, and the goal of our research was to identify needs and resources. We asked detailed questions about the phenomenon of problem gambling in inmates, both during when they served the sentence and also before they went to prison. And also we asked about opinions of prison guards, the staff, and also inmates themselves. We asked them for their needs and expectations, both inmates and staff, related to interventions and prevention programs for problem gambling. We also asked about barriers that can appear during the implementation of such solutions. It was important for us on the stage of identification and diagnosis of needs and expectations and resources. We needed to know the competences and skills of prison staff, if they were able to implement those solutions, and also if they were able to evaluate such programs, if they had the capacity of evaluation. And the last area we looked at, we wanted to identify the scale of intervention focused on gambling in prisons in Poland, comparing to other addiction programs, mostly related to substance abuse. For this reason, we gathered data, we did surveys, both among inmates and prison staff, prison officers. The sample was selected at random. The second stage was a deeper study with focus groups, with prison guards. That was the stage when we identified different barriers related with program implementation. And the third stage was related to analyzing data, the quantitative data on the programs that were being implemented in the area of problem gambling and also psychoactive substances. Programs focused on gambling were also analyzed by us as to how they were designed and what content was in them and what methods were used. This research, this entire study, is part of a program financed and is being financed from the Fund of Gambling Problem Solution from the National Addiction Prevention Center that is helping us a lot. Okay, as you could see, we tested 149 inmates, and we wanted to present to you the results of our study. In general, to start with, our sample. Age from 18, the youngest inmate had 18 years old and the oldest 75 years old, but the most numerous group, over 34%, was between 31 and 40 years of age. As to education, the most numerous group was vocational training, about 30%, and the least numerous was a college degree. And and is consistent with inmate population in Poland. 61%, even more, almost 62%. Those people, before serving the sentence, were professionally active, they had a job, and a big group was repeat offenders, 60%. The smallest group was minors under 21 years of age, so we do not have many inmates in that group age. As to characteristic of the sample, the biggest group, over 30%, almost 33%, were serving short sentences up to 12 months of imprisonment. Another big group, 30%, they were serving a sentence of between 2 to 5 years of imprisonment, and the smallest group, 8%, was over 10 years. As to the type of crimes, is also consistent with the general population of prisons in Poland.
Namely, the majority, there were people convicted of theft or burglary. And now we can talk in details about the results of our research. So mainly almost 40% of respondents confirm that they have ever gambled in their life at least once. As to the gambling activity, so type of gambling. So the majority was games of chance. So in Poland, that is Lotto. Then the scratch cards, respectively, 42% of the gaming, and then 30%, then slot machines, then subsequently casinos, sports bets, and playing cards for money. Almost 13% of respondents admitted that while in prison, they have been gambling. In general, in Polish prisons, there is a formal ban on any gambling, and that is regulated by the provisions. They are forbidden to do that, but as we can see, almost 30% of inmates confirmed they did that. We also had a LIBAT questionnaire, so this is two important questions. Has anybody ever had to lie about the gambling behaviors and gambling? And the second question is, did you ever have to bet more and more? So the response had to be yes for at least one of the questions to determine that the person concerned is at risk of a gambling disorder. Of course, this requires a further diagnosis. It does not diagnose that the problem is there, it exists, but 17.45% is at risk. And in another questionnaire, we asked directly, then 6.7% respondents admitted that they consider themselves addicted to gambling. So we are talking here about inmates all the time. We also checked the opinion of the inmates about gambling activities, and what was the outcome? 80% of them think that people do it mostly to get money. And this is a great majority in terms of other answers, where we have half of that, where people do it for pleasure, out of curiosity, 26%, and to forget about problems in excess of 20%. In terms of gambling among inmates, almost 15% of our respondents said that they have, among their next of kin, they have some people who do gamble. And more than 50%, 55.40% precisely, say that they have among their friends or colleagues, they know someone who gambles. And this is important and interesting also, that almost 40% of inmates in Polish prisons think that in general, so generally speaking, there is a connection between gambling and offending. So there is a correlation in this respect. And in terms of their own experience, when they addressed that, so it was confirmed that yes, 7.4% of the respondents actually said that their contact with gambling contributed to their offending. The vast majority of respondents do not see a correlation between their gambling and serving a prison sentence. So as we see, the situation is that earlier 6.7% say that they feel that they have an addiction, but 7.4% see also that there is a correlation, so a bit more that they suffer some damage because of their gambling. And in terms of what we have also learned from this research, almost 47% of the respondents think it's possible to gamble while in a prison. As I said, it's forbidden, formally forbidden, but still the opinion of the inmates is still that there's a way to do that. And almost 13% declared that they do gamble. So that was a direct question we asked about it, and this is the number of people who confirmed that yes. And that is mostly without any exact percentage. So as what type of games? So cards for money, dice, or sports bets. Now we also have interesting issue, because there was a question about motives of gambling in prison, so by the inmates. So the question was also, they had an ability to say, I do not gamble. And here, more than 78.5% said they do not gamble. So here, when we asked directly, 12.8% said that they do. So here we see that if it's not a direct question, so here we have 10% more of people who somehow admitted that they do gamble somehow. And the major motives to kill time, for pleasure, because of friends or colleagues who gamble, and a small percentage in total, all other categories, to get money, to forget problems, or to relax. About the scale of gambling, in the opinion of inmates, more than 38% of them know other people who are also inmates who, in their opinion, have a gambling problem. What is interesting? This is the opinion of inmates about other inmates. As part of this diagnosis that we developed, it was also important for us to see what are the needs in terms of prevention. And also we asked the inmates about it. And as we see, 68.5% of them have never heard about any prevention programs for gambling in Polish prisons, but 59% of them think that such a prevention program should be there. And 26.2% confirmed that they would be willing to take part in such a program, and they would need to participate in that. And this way we move on to the next part, and now this is about the prison staff service. As we represent the National Prison Service, and this is managed by the Ministry of Justice. So as you know, in the prison service, the yin yang, it's not the inmates, but also the prison staff. So all the prison service. So for any project to succeed, so we need involvement of the two parties, of the two sides of the coin, not only the inmates, but also in our research, we also took into account the prison service staff. So we researched them, about 148 of them. Here you have a short list, a short characteristic. As a side note, please let me tell you that the research results and the numbers that we present, so this is only a fraction of the report. We do not want to bore you that much, and because of the time restrictions, we are unable to present all the details, but here we have only a fraction fraction to show you some tendencies that we have seen in our population. The average age of the prison staff is about 38 years. The group was almost 50-50, a little bit more of women. As you see, the average years of service, that was more than 11 years. So in our opinion, these are people with experience, not freshmen, not starters, but they've already know the problems of the prison service and the aspects that are there. We asked them whether the prison service should offer some assistance or help to people with gambling disorders. Ladies and gentlemen, our role as the prison service, that is to find all the factors that impact offending and to do so to make sure that these inmates never come back to us again. One of the risk factors, as you know, is the gambling, and it's quite obvious, but in the prison service, although the gambling problem is nothing new globally in the world, but for the Polish prison service, it kind of is, and it is a desert a bit. So we asked the prison staff, do they see a need for the prison service as part of their offer to offer anything to the inmates, to inmate who has a problem in this area? And you see that 77% of the prison staff say, yes, we should. And there's always a dilemma, because I am a prison staff, and I know that we do 1,000 things a day, and giving them one more task to do a day, so this is a major burden. But still, the majority of our prison staff, they said, yes, we should offer such a thing to our inmates. 60% of our staff said that they see a need to develop a prevention program for gambling disorders, because there is nothing like this to this day. Well, until we started the project, there was nothing like that. We have never addressed this problem in a systemic way, because we considered, well, maybe it is not yet the time to diagnose that has been diagnosed that much in terms of the problem. We also asked about competences of our staff, and you can imagine that if we do not have such an offer, then we do not have training sessions, and we did not have such training proposals about the prevention of gambling disorders, and therefore 60% of the respondents confirmed or saw a need for their own involvement or to attend such a training. 60%, so major respect, because our staff, they do 1,000 things a day, and imagine if still they see that they think that they should still do that. So I have a personal impression that this is a very important problem that we should address. 11% of respondents in our research group did take part in some sort of a training in terms of improving competences in this respect, but it's only 11%. So almost 89% have no knowledge, no qualifications, so they cannot suggest something or propose something that would be adequate to address the problems and deficiencies of the inmates. Only 36% of respondents are able to assess the problems, the addiction problems. A colleague has just shown the results of a screening LIBAT questionnaire, and that was just 2 questions, a very simple diagnostic method, so trivial. And the only thing that would require to be done, especially if you have a fresh inmate, so that would be sufficient to ask them the 2 basic questions. As part of this project, we draw some conclusions. We try to change our policy. As I said, the prison staff, so this is prison service, this is a national institution, this is not my private facility where I am a manager, and I will say from now on it will be like that, because if you want to implement any changes, you need dozens of thousands of documents, thousands of people to agree or approve, so that you can ask 2 questions as a consequence. 53% of the research group assess their competences as law. So also there is a great need for improvement in this respect. More than 9% assess their competences in terms of evaluation as high. Ladies and gentlemen, in our programs, we do suggest various problems or prevention programs, but it's usually about psychoactive substances. So this is our major offer, because we consider that our major problem, so this is alcohol or drug abuse. But as you see, we have analyzed what is the percentage of the programs for people with gambling disorders. And as you can see, it's less than 1%, so nothing to boast about, but this is just a major desert that needs a lot of work in this respect. And I hope that with my colleague from the prison service, we will be able to get thousands of approvals to improve and change the situation in the prison service. The problems about gambling prevention that we have tested in the last 5 years, so that was less than 1%. And out of 125 penitentiary prisons in Poland, so that was the number at that time when we started the project, there was only 9 facilities doing something in terms of gambling. Sometimes we have 80,000 inmates in our population, and if we consider it credible that about 20% of inmates have any gambling disorders or problems, then you see that there's quite a lot of work to be done to make some research, to innovate. In 9 facilities there was something offered. There were 6 programs, 57 editions over 5 years. And conclusions, and getting to the conclusions of the research, well, we have identified that in the Polish prison service, definitely there is an insufficient implementation of programs in this respect, that there is a great need to develop, implement, and evaluate or validate such a program. And that would be our dream with my colleague and also Gosia's help. That is to develop a program, to get a method that could be offered to the prison staff, just to give them a manual, to train them and to teach them the method and to start the campaign, implement it among the inmates. As there is such a need, we will keep working on it. Of course, it's not that the problem can be downplayed or solved with simple methods. As I said, we need various consents, approvals, decisions, and it's up to our bosses, but our prison staff in terms of major limitations that our staff sees, so there were 2 reasons. So first of all, this is lack of expert that would be able to implement such programs, which we hope to change. And also, as this is a problem that has just been identified in the prison service, then the motivation of the inmates, just like with any other abuses, there's not much, because our prison service, that's not someone who is willing to take part in any programs, especially addiction. So this is quite a challenge for us to work on that.
Drodzy Państwo, to na chwileczkę tylko wrócę do tej
Ladies
mapy,
and gentlemen, coming
jeśli
back
chodzi
to
o
this
realizowane
map,
programy.
as to the programs that are already being implemented, I would like to stress it.
Część z tych programów, nie
Some
wszystkie,
programs,
ale są
not all of
finansowane
them, but
ze
some of
środków
them are
i zadań
financed
zleconych przez
by
Krajowe Centrum
the
Przeciwdziałania
National
Uzależnieniom. I rzeczywiście
Center
tutaj znowu ten wkład jest bardzo duży. I to chyba istotne, żeby takie rzeczy też podkreślać, że wiele rzeczy robimy, tak samo jakby szkolenia, które są realizowane wcześniej dla funkcjonariuszy służby więziennej. One też się dzieją właśnie przy współpracy i przy zadaniach zleconych. Ale już przechodząc do rekomendacji, rekomendacją oczywistą wydawałoby się, jeżeli już posłuchaliśmy tego wszystkiego, jest to, że istnieje ogromna potrzeba opracowania w zasadzie kompleksowych rozwiązań związanych z ograniczeniem zaburzeń uprawiania hazardu w jednostkach penitencjarnych, zarówno na poziomie profilaktyki selektywnej wskazującej, jak i w obszarze chociażby krótkich interwencji skierowanych do osób przejawiających już zaburzenia uprawiania hazardu, bądź też dalszych już rozwiązań związanych z objęciem oddziaływaniami terapeutycznymi, które będą kierowane do osób z zaburzeniami uprawiania hazardu, wzmocnienie kompetencji i motywacji funkcjonariuszy do prowadzenia tego typu działań i ewaluacji. I to, o czym już pan doktor mówił wcześniej, jakby to taka rekomendacja, która wypłynęła nam w toku właśnie realizacji całego tego projektu, to właśnie stosowanie narzędzi przesiewowych przez funkcjonariuszy, ponieważ jakby znowu zakład karny bądź areszt śledczy to jest to miejsce, w którym my w prosty sposób możemy zidentyfikować osoby, które są w grupie potencjalnego ryzyka wystąpienia zaburzeń uprawiania hazardu. W populacji ogólnej raczej mamy dużo mniejsze prawdopodobieństwo dokonania właśnie takiej
identyfikacji. Kończąc, mówiłam na samym początku, że to, co dzisiaj przedstawiamy, to jest pewnego rodzaju wycinek szerszych, kompleksowych działań mających na celu ograniczenie zaburzeń uprawiania hazardu w jednostkach penitencjarnych. Znajdujemy się na etapie, znaczy w omawianiu tego, o czym mówimy, powiedzieliśmy o diagnozie potrzeb i zasobów. Równocześnie na tym etapie przeprowadziliśmy przegląd systematyczny dotyczący skutecznych rozwiązań związanych z właśnie ograniczeniem zaburzeń uprawiania hazardu stosowanych na Zachodzie w jednostkach penitencjarnych. Na podstawie tych dwóch etapów, czyli diagnozy potrzeb i zasobów i przeglądu systematycznego, opracowaliśmy program z obszaru profilaktyki selektywnej skierowany do osób osadzonych w jednostkach penitencjarnych u nas w kraju. Ten program był opracowany właśnie w oparciu o diagnozę, przegląd systematyczny, ale też jakby ramy tego projektu wyznaczały nam europejskie standardy jakości, jeśli chodzi o profilaktykę uzależnień. W dalszej kolejności przeszkoliliśmy 45 funkcjonariuszy, było to 15 zespołów z 15 jednostek penitencjarnych. Funkcjonariusze ci wdrożyli program, który podlegał ewaluacji formatywnej. Na podstawie wyników badań z ewaluacji formatywnej wprowadziliśmy modyfikacje, po czym przeszkoliliśmy kolejnych 45 funkcjonariuszy, zatem kolejnych 15 zespołów z kolejnych 15 jednostek penitencjarnych u nas w Polsce. I na ten moment jesteśmy właśnie na kończeniu tego etapu, zatem na przeprowadzeniu ewaluacji procesu i równocześnie oczywiście ewaluacji wyniku. Ewaluacja procesu jest nam tu w głównej mierze potrzebna po to, żebyśmy zobaczyli, że jeżeli program działa, to czy rzeczywiście on był wdrożony zgodnie z naszymi założeniami, a jeżeli nie działa, to czy na przykład nie przyczyniły się modyfikacje na etapie jego wdrażania do tego, że nie osiągnęliśmy zakładanych wyników. I oczywiście ostatnim etapem, który osiągniemy w grudniu, będzie opracowanie ostatecznej wersji programu wraz z opracowaniem raportu z ewaluacji. Formatywnej mamy, ale procesu wyniku. Mam nadzieję, że to jest pierwszy etap, który realizujemy, czyli program z obszaru profilaktyki selektywnej i że dane nam będzie właśnie rozwijać te kompleksowe oddziaływania na innych poziomach obszaru profilaktyki, ale też wzmacniając działania skierowane do już przejawiających zaburzenia.
And also prepare a program for those who already have a gambling problem. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much
za to wystąpienie.
For your presentation.
Rodziły mi się w głowie różne pytania,
I had many different reflections when I was listening to you, but you gave me answers to my doubts
ale może
already. So, are there any questions from the room?
Pytania do wykładowców. Bardzo proszę.
Please use the microphone.
Dziękuję.
Thank you.
Przepraszam, bo odrobinę się spóźniłam.
I was late, so I'm sorry. Maybe you said that.
Jeśli chodzi o ten program, który został
The program that you prepared.
Powiedzieliście Państwo, że przeszkoliliście.
You mentioned that you trained several dozen staff members. Who were those people? Are they psychologists? Are they pedagogists? What is the mode of the program? You do not have therapeutic departments, so how do you do that with inmates?
O funkcjonariuszy, byli to psychologowie i wychowawcy i to była główna grupa odbiorców naszych szkoleń. Program jest z obszaru profilaktyki, zatem rzeczywiście jakby nie jest realizowany na oddziałach
terapeutycznych.
Ja jeszcze mam takie pytanie z
Another
ciekawości,
question out of curiosity.
Prawie 13%
Almost 13% of inmates admit they have a gambling problem, and they admit that they gamble in prison. So what does the staff say? What is your reaction to the fact that they gamble in prisons?
No to jest podobna sytuacja jak z wieloma sprawami, którym skazanym nie
It's
wolno
similar
używać słów
with other
wulgarnych.
things. They shouldn't swear. They shouldn't use insults. We cannot enforce that. Of course, it's impossible to enforce. And in certain other areas, it's also impossible to enforce. Some inmates use psychoactive substances. Of course, when we know, when we learn about such a situation, we react.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much.
Czy wyczerpaliśmy listę pytań?
Is it all? Any more questions? If not, we will switch to another topic. Now we will speak of sports bets. Marie-Lynn Tovar from France. I invite you now to take the floor and speak about the typology of players, of sports bettors, according to the level of risk and motivation to bet. I'm really curious to hear your presentation. It was not a frequent topic in our conference, so please take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for the conference organizing team and Benatita for inviting us to share our French data, gambling data. And this study is a qualitative study we will present to you. This study was carried out as part of intervention to reduce risk and harm in sport betting outlets. Right. During the European Football Cup, 46 sport bettors participated in this qualitative study. 14 of them intervened afterwards at point of sale to identify and help players in difficulty with their sport betting practices. This presentation will focus on the description of these sport bettors, typology according to the different motivation to betting, for betting, sport betting practice on the internet in the point of sale, and on the impact of advertising according to the type of bettors, and about feeling and sensation of the practice according to the different bettors, and on self-limiting gambling strategies. In France, between 2013 and 2019, the sport betting activity has increased through 67%, and this concerns more young people. 55.5% are between 18 and 64 years old. Among minors, more than 8 out of 10 15 and 17 years old say they bet on football, and 6 out of 10 play their bets online. This qualitative study focused in the following themes: history of sport betting practice, context of initiation, motivation for betting, external influences, perception and for the consequences of the betting, and existence or not of self-limiting practices. The motivation to bet. Okay. I forget something. Some information about the profile of this panel. Donc you have socio-demographic data. The average age is 35 years old, balanced income distribution. In this panel, you have a lot of women, and some women. Risk level according to the GPGI, we have in this panel only some risk, some no problem gambling, and low risk gambling, and moderate risk gambling. You don't have excessive gambling. And you have to share that moderate risk bettors report higher levels of risk taking, higher frequencies, higher amount of bets, and higher level of reported damage, financial and relational. The typology of this betting, the motivation to bet, which seems to be attested by its effects on excessive gambling, can be broken down into 3 dimensions. Donc we have found the passionate dimension of betting, the social dimension of betting, and the ambivalent dimension of betting. So for the first one, among these bettors, it is the object of the bet, i.e. the sport or sport discipline that matters. The characteristic of this profile are having knowledge, knowing sport analysis, having a stress or even passion for the sport discipline,
The feeling of being part of the competition, the sport match, but also the impression of the mastery of change justified by skills. We could call them profile better for the sport game itself. The second groups are, for these four sport bettors, context and environment are essential. The main motivation is based on the betting context of the democratization of betting, sport betting in society, observation of betting practices, bettors' practices, spouses, brothers, son, and friend, and these gamblers are called social profile bettors. The third group is it is goal in the game that motivates them. To obtain winnings and to feel sensation and emotion, they are motivated by the living of others' winnings, the desire to make money, the sensation seeking, the illusion of a return through risky investment. They will be profile bettors with an appetite for the winning and thrills. The first one, groups sport game profile better. It is a pleasure of gambling, the passion for sport, the competition, and the reflective and analytic dimension that motivates them. They are more likely males, former or current sportsmen or sportswomen, who focus on their favorite sport and they bet more on several sports. They know a large number of sports better in their cycle, particularly in the friend cycle, but they tend to bet on sport alone. They appreciate more combined and even diversified bets, and they are more likely to vary their bets according to the odds and to the type of bet. The social profile better are attracted by the relationship with other gamblers, the friendly atmosphere around gambling, the social dimension of participation in these types of gambling. They are also surrounded by close relatives who play many types of gambling at a high frequency. Women are more present of this group. The average frequency of betting depends on the frequency of the gambling partner. Some play very regularly and others more occasionally. There aren't isolated gamblers, and the practice of sports betting is convivial, sometimes affective, sometimes collective. They tend to focus on betting on the outcome alone, usually copying the bet of the gambling partners of gambling entourage. The profile bettors with an appetite for winnings and thrills are preoccupied by safety issues, securing, risking themselves. And they are motivated by goal of gambling, the payoff itself, the emotion of the payoff and the thrills, and they are more multiplayer at high frequency. The practice are very solitary, and they are both very low frequency on daily frequency bettors. The CPGI score allows to differentiate them according to the frequency and type of bet preferred. There are preference for simple bet or a single discipline, but those with a CPGI score between 0 and 4 tend to bet on the result of the match. Diversified and very complex bets concern those with CPGI score higher than 4. They mix safe and risky odds, and there are bettors taking off interrupting their bets during the matches. Now we have to talk about the sport betting on the internet and at the point of sale. A large proportion of sport bettors regularly and exclusively use the internet to make their choices and bets. After having tried several sport betting sites, the bettor chose the one who, or the ones that bets meet their expectation. These shows are based on the chart of the economic, well-designed, uncluttered, and simple to use interface. Women are particularly attentive to the aesthetic and quality of the menu. They say if they hadn't been clear and simple, or if it had been complicated to use, they would have given up, and or even they would have given up this use or even this gambling. Even if the share of sport betting of the internet is growing up, but the stake in retail outlets remains high. Bettors at point of sale declare that they often go alone and play solo, and they mainly use the paper-grade version, especially bettors with a winning and thrill-seeking profile. In this location, sport bettors are more likely to be thrill-seeking bettors, solitary bettors, more frequent scratcher, and players with a moderate level of risk. Those who say that they go with someone, spouses, friends, and we spend a lot of time in this outlet tend to have a social profile. The combination of online and point-on-sale betting is more suited to bettors with a profile for appetite to winning and thrills, who are both moderate gamblers and gamblers with little or no risk-taking. In conclusion, for this part of practice in outlet, the activity in the outlet, you have activities, multiplayer bettors in search of winnings and with important socio-economic vulnerability factors. There are elements to be taken into account in the understanding of this point of sale. Impact of advertising according to the type of bettors. Our sport bettors say they have seen many advertisements on television, on social network, or in the urban space. The advertising offer of sport betting seem to have more impact on social bettors, players who are sensitive to the social dimension of gambling and who consider it as a factor influencing their solitary sport betting practice. For players with a profile of appetite for winnings or thrills, the ads determine they start in sport betting. By seeing an advertisement from an online sport betting operator or as a result of commercial proposal, cashback apps, advertising promotion, or jobs. Advertising also play a role in the choice of the application through specific messages. The welcome bonus mentioned in an advertisement, the advertisement boasting the odds, and the red color of the BetClick app's advertising attracting. Conversely, advertising has little impact on the startup of gambler with a social profile, which would rather be linked to the group effect or the democratization of sport betting in society to which advertising contributes. Feeling and sensation. Appetite for winning and thrills profile as those who most often deplore negative impact of the sport betting. Situation of anxiety, anger, and above all, a strong feeling of guilt that feel when faced with the side of the bet made and following their losses. The bettors for sport game itself profile as those who feel most frustrated and at the outcome of the bet. Faced with a loss, which they generally attribute to analytical error of their part, they feel guilty. The latter feeling is also often experienced with a bet has been made against the other team, and sometimes when large or unusual stakes have put them in a difficult financial situation. Better with a social profile at the least affected by negative emotions. When they have felt frustration and anger at a loss, they turn against the protagonist of the match, team player or referee will make mistake of the opinion. The feeling of pride in playing more than winning is shared by more better in this profile. Self-limited gambling strategy. All bettors adopt the technique of break after a series of losses. The main limitation used is the management of the overall budget dedicated to the bets. The third risk reduction criterion relates to the amount of the bet, more privileged by profiles that are greedy for winnings and strong citation. Some limit their frequency by betting only on selected matches. Other limiting strategies including systematically withdrawing all winnings or never playing alone. Some better use technical tools in their risk reduction strategies. The technology of measuring the time spent on an application integrated into the iPhone. Transaction history that make it possible to be aware of one's excesses. Setting, selling, deposit, bet frequency proposed by the online betting application. Others have created an Excel spreadsheet to track the betting expenses, winning and losses, which keep them in line with reality, or use specific betting and wagering management software, including win-loss analysis, such as bet analytic or sharp scopes. Conclusion and recommendation. Donc, in this study, so sport bettors mostly game online and have other activities on the internet, video games on financial betting. They are mostly multiplayers and they are surrounded by regular gamblers. The main motivation for betting characterize them into three profile bettors for sports game itself, social or appetite for winning, and three profiles. For some, the choice of the sports, the subject of the bets, is linked to the current or past practice of the sport. Operator responsive gambling action with sport bettors much more differentiated, rigorous, effective, and better promoted according to the different bettor profiles. This typology of sport bettors also provide information for involving some of the bettors in risk and harm reduction at the point of sale with their peers. Taking into account the motivation and their CPGI score is essential. This finding highlights the need for intervention to reduce the risk and harm of internet sport betting. Thank you for listening.
That was a very interesting lecture, and I think that soon we will have the football championship, so I think there will be quite a lot of sports bets, mainly online, because this is where you can bet up until the very last moment. I have a question. Well, the question is, do you have any questions to Marie? Marie, you said that one of the recommendations was that the government, if I understood correctly, the government should implement more restrictive regulations or rules to somehow regulate more strictly this area, but is it a recommendation that is among the researchers or those that address prevention, and then, or is there like a social mood for such a discussion in France that the government is considering some more restrictive operations or actions?
Początek? The question is whether your government, French government, really consider to implement more restricted legislation to, how to say, to limit and to create more safe environment, taking into account these methods.
Yes, of course. We have in the European Cup a lot of betting on, sorry, in the last European Football Cup, we have a lot of advertising in France, and the government has, in the last week, they have signed a document with the different operators to stop and to have less advertising in football and in sports. Because we have in France an increase of betting during the pandemic. A lot of people has play sport betting online, and now you have a high increase of the sport betting. So they need to, and they want to protect young people for the sport betting in online.
Ja mam jeszcze takie moment.
I have one more question, because it seems that at the very beginning of your presentation you said that recently one could notice a major increase in the number of young people gambling. Does it involve only sports bets or other types of activities, other gambling as well?
It's mostly the sport bettors, young people, male young people, as sport betting is the first activities of gambling they have, and it's for that the government had a law between the a law on the advertising when the young people have advertising on the online, on the web phone, on the iPhone, and it's for that the government wants that they stop the different advertising that they receive by different way.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much. I also wanted to share my own comment or observation with you during the pandemics, or maybe already at the end of the first year of the pandemics. When I was walking in Warsaw, the city center, the railway station, there was always a number of small shops or outlets, and at the very end all of them went bankrupt. The only one remaining was sports bets outlet, so that was the only one standing. Do you have any other questions to Marie in connection to her really wonderful presentation?
I just wanted to comment on the importance of sports betting. Last night we talked with Marilyn and Jean-Michel, and we talked about betting. In France, although the authorities see that it's an important topic, sport bets have certain limitations, and you have strict regulations as to what sport discipline can be bet on, what kind of event or match can be bet on. And it was a surprise for them that in Poland you can bet for anything. anything that the bookmakers come up with. So we have much more to do as to prevention in Poland. So that was a discovery I made yesterday, and I wanted to share it with you guys. Thank you.
Dziękuję Państwu.
Thank you.
Nie widzę więcej pytań.
I don't see any more
zmieściliśmy się w
hands
czasie.
in the air, so we managed to finish on time.
Państwu,
Thank you so much, both to the speakers and the audience and the interpreters who have managed to translate everything quickly and to keep the pace of our speakers. So now we have a short break and then a plenary session. Thank you.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I think that we can start our final plenary session. I would like to introduce three fantastic experts that will present their presentations today. So first of all, we'll have the opportunity to listen to the presentation by Eva Simonidou from the National Bureau for Addictions in Cyprus. Welcome. Then we will have the opportunity to listen to Jakob Jonsson from Karolinska University in Sweden, but I believe that you also represent here an NGO, a non-governmental organization. And we will also have the opportunity to connect with a speaker from Ukraine, Alexis Yukovile from the Psychiatry Institute, the Judiciary Criminal Psychiatric Research and Drug Monitoring at the Health Ministry in Ukraine. So Eva Simonidou will be the first to present her topic. She will talk about the solutions of problems associated with gambling in Cyprus. The floor is yours.
Hello everyone, thank you very much. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to share with you our experience, our Cypriot policy example. In this short presentation, I will try to explain to you the role of the Cyprus National Addictions Authority, the national strategy on addressing addictions, and specifically the approach of this strategy on gambling disorder. Okay, this is Cyprus, this small island country, which is located in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. Our language of communication is Greek. And this is Cyprus 6 months per year. These are our beautiful beaches. Now the weather is around 28 degrees in Cyprus. All right? Okay. In order to introduce to you the role of the National Addictions Authority, I would like to show you a small video which represents our role and our authorities.
Cyprus National Addictions Authority, formerly known as the Cyprus Anti-Drugs Council, in its role as supreme coordinating body for licit and illicit substances and gambling. It coordinates all relevant competent agencies. It formulates national policy with 2 departments for policy and monitoring. It promotes legal measures and offers accurate information to raise social awareness. It coordinates, monitors and evaluates relevant programs. It offers funding and support, promoting specialist professional training programs. And it monitors the drugs situation through the work of the monitoring department. It fosters collaboration with other agencies on a European and international level, representing the Republic of Cyprus on relevant matters. The Cyprus National Addictions Authority addresses people with problems related to substance use and gambling addiction, people who require treatment and support. The vision of the Cyprus National Addictions Authority is that our children and youth will stay closer to a healthy way of living. People remain the touchstone of the Cyprus National Addictions Authority, as well as the fight against all forms of stigmatization and discrimination within the Cypriot society, until the day that drug use and dependence are dealt with as a public health issue. Cyprus National Addictions Authority. Back to basics, away from addictions.
Go to the next slide. So the Cyprus National Addictions Authority is the main coordinating body in the field of illicit and illicit substances, as well recently
Cyprus
also
National Addictions Authority
disorder. And and is mainly responsible to draft and monitor the national strategy and action plan on addictions, to coordinate all activities in the field that carried out by the various governmental NGOs or private sector. Sorry, it's not working. The next one. Okay, accredit, evaluate, and fund where possible all related programs, actions, and activities. This means that no person or entity shall apply any measure or intervention without obtaining National Addictions Authority's authorization. This is our law, so anybody who wants to apply any measure in terms of prevention, treatment, research shall apply to us, and we give the license to operate any kind of measure. Perfect, thank you very much. Okay, the National Strategy for Addressing Addictions 2021 and until 2028 is the national the continuation of the national strategy for addressing dependence to illicit substances and alcohol abuse 2013-2020. So this is a development for addressing only illicit substances and alcohol to addressing addictions in general. This is the key policy text that guides the state and all stakeholders for the coordinated response to addictions in Cyprus. The approach of the national strategy is holistic and balanced in dealing with the phenomenon of addiction in general. Two main facts happen and were the reason of this progress. The modernization of our legislation in 2017 has broadened scopes of competence since it moved further from a substance-based approach to a more comprehensive approach, which includes addictive behavior such as gambling addiction, both online and offline. Additionally, gambling disorder was reclassified into the substance-related and addictive disorders in DSM-5 due to the similarities between this clinical condition and substance use disorder. In fact, numerous studies find analogous characteristics between the two addictions in reference to diagnostic criteria, symptomatology, genetic vulnerabilities, high rates of comorbidity, and their association to biological markers and cognitive deficits. Well, at the beginning, we had to deal with a lot of challenges in drafting this new strategy. The first problem was that we didn't have enough available data in order to draft a strategy. And it's very important for policymakers to know the situation of the problem in their country so they can draft their strategy. Also, we found some difficulties in cooperation with the two regulatory authorities, the two governmental authorities, the National Betting Authority and the National Casino Authority, both authorities that are responsible to apply safer gambling strategies. So there was a kind of power game, who is responsible for what, and who is above and who is below, according to the law. There was a different scope of prevention among the National Addictions Authority and the two regulatory authorities. I will explain this later in my presentation. Additionally, we didn't have any experience as a personnel of the National Addictions Authority on gambling issues. Our expertise was based on drug addiction, alcohol addiction, substance use addiction. So we didn't feel very confident to take this new responsibility and to give accreditation for treatment or prevention access. First, we should know about this. We should learn more about this new subject. So we had to find out to make new guidelines for these programs and new procedures for accreditation for the gambling treatment programs. And the biggest problem, we didn't have any extra budget for funding gambling addiction actions. So we took this new responsibility with no additional budget. which budget, huge budget, the two other governmental authorities already had. Okay, the national strategy for addressing addictions includes 7 big pillars: prevention, treatment, social reintegration, it's very important, especially for illicit drugs, harm reduction, supply reduction. Supply reduction does not apply to gambling disorder, it applies to illicit substances, research, evaluation, training, and international cooperation. This holistic strategy targets 4 main issues: illicit substances, alcohol, smoking, and gambling disorder. The 4 main priorities regarding gambling in terms of this new strategy are to prevent problem gambling and related harm. When we say prevention, we mean this. To help those suffering from gambling disorder, this is treatment. To develop research, training, and cooperation, and to enhance coordination among our authority, the other 2 governmental regulators, and other stakeholders. Let's see now what is the gambling problem in Cyprus. We can see that about 3.6% of our population has gambling problematic behavior, while among students this percentage amounts to 6.6%. We see to the graph next that in the SPAT survey, the student engagement rates far exceed the survey average for Cyprus. We take the third, we are the third in the row. This means that something is going wrong with our law enforcement. Minors are not allowed to gamble. So it means that the law is not applied in Cyprus. Also, we know that a high percentage of people who attended treatment experience premature abandonment and discontinuation of treatment. This is normal even in addictions for illicit drugs. We see that abandonment for treatment, it's a process of the problem. But still, this was a challenge for us to see why they abandoned treatment and how can we make treatment more effective for them, and so they can stay more in treatment. People also who were in treatment due to problem with gambling, they experienced financing problems, family problems, mental health problems, depression, anxiety, other mental disorders, while a significant percentage, about 20%, reported suicidal thought. This is also a very huge challenge for us to for the treatment programs to target mental health problems, financial problems, and other important aspects of this specific addiction. According to our first priority, which is prevention, we separate the population in 3 groups: general population, vulnerable groups, high risk, and groups with high risk behavior. In the general population, we apply early and accurate awareness raising among society. We have an addictions platform in our website, and people can get every information they want. They also can chat with us and ask questions about treatment or other services available. We also provide the 2 national helplines where people can get help and information about this aspect. Additionally, we have a month that is a month for gamble addiction, and during this period we give information about the danger of gambling and any kind of other positive advertising. In prevention, we also believe in creating and protecting environment to minors. This is the environmental prevention. What we mean by that is implement the legislation. For example, minors are forbidden to enter the casinos or the booking settings. It's very important to make a very safe environment for minors, but also for the vulnerable groups. We also believe in empowering parents and minors with life skills. This is prevention to us. For vulnerable groups, and what we mean by these, we mean groups of people, for example, minors with addicted parents, minors with behavioral problems, whose parents are in prison. And we believe in providing support for the adoption of a healthy lifestyle to these people. And this support is based on psychosocial support where this is needed, leisure and activities for people, for young people that have inequalities and that they don't have opportunities in their life, because we believe that if you prevent social inequalities, you also prevent other behavioral problems, also addiction problems. And promote a healthy lifestyle and creative programs for other vulnerable population. We've seen through our experience that unemployed and elderly people in Cyprus spend a lot of time in betting services because they have free time and because in our culture it's very common and legal and easy to access these services. So it's very important for them to provide them other creative activities. And for the people with high-risk behavior, we've seen that people ask for help after a long time being addicted to gambling. So this is a very important fact that we need to take into consideration to intervene early when the problem starts and know when it's too late. But this also happens with illicit substances because people ask for help when they see the problem that affected their lives. They don't have any motive to ask for help before. So implementing early intervention mechanisms for these people, and this means also apply safer gambling strategies in these operators. For example, self-exclusion or any other safer gambling strategy. This is why we accept safer gambling strategies, and we think that our strategy does not overload their strategy. We believe that both strategies shall apply at the same time. And also, it's important to identify the persons with high-risk behavior in the gambling establishment and casino and refer them early to treatment. We are also trying now to implement a program for screening in the universities or in army. With army in Cyprus is a very important also area because they stay there for 2 years. So it's a very high-risk period of their lives. And we're trying to make a screening program so we find the people who have who experience problematic gambling or gambling disorder early and refer them to treatment early. In terms of our second priority, to help those who already suffer from gambling disorder. This priority targets at-risk gambling and gambling disorder. The first thing was to implement and to operate national helplines. Now we have 2 helplines that are operating in Cyprus, and they give information and support to people in need. It's very important also to provide specialized treatment programs for those people, because we said before that this kind of addiction has a lot of health, a lot of other harm related to this addiction, and treatment should target also this harm: financial problems, mental health problems, family problems, very big issue, and other kind of problems. So treatments should be specialized. What was the challenging for us? It was that we had to see if in Cyprus there were any treatment services for a gambling disorder, to ask them to get into our accreditation procedure so they get our license, and to evaluate them, and then to monitor these programs. And when we say accreditation, the main facts that we go through this procedure is their personnel, their building, their philosophy, their interventions, their procedures, how they cope with personal data, their rules. So it's very important to make quality standards for these gambling addiction services. So after some years, we can evaluate their efficiency. At the moment, we license 5 outpatient treatment centers. We monitor these centers through data that they have to give us through our monitor department. And we also try to find if we need to build new treatment services in order to not to leave any areas in Cyprus that are uncovered. Additionally, all groups it's important to have access to the specialized treatment. One thing is to have specialized treatment, and the other thing is to have accessible specialized treatment. This means that treatment is free or easy to access. At the moment, we have 4 treatment programs that are governmental or NGO that are free and easy to access. We only have 1 private that charges. And we have 2 programs that are specialized for adolescents and young people. However, we see that we still have some barriers for people entering treatment, and this is mainly the stigma associated with the diagnosis of psychiatric disorder. We are a very closed society, and especially in the very small areas, people find it very difficult to go for treatment because somebody else may see them and they will get stigmatized. This is also a big challenge for us. The third priority is to develop research, training, and cooperation. The first thing we had to do is to develop new indicators for monitoring the phenomenon of problematic gambling and gambling disorders. So we made these treatment demands, the TDIs, which we use also for drug addiction. We make a new protocol which receive information from people already accessing treatment. This is a very, very important aspect in order to know about the population that access treatment in Cyprus. We also conduct gambling surveys. We conduct a big population survey every 4 years, and also the SPAT survey for minors, and we put new questions and new aspects for gambling disorders in these general population surveys. And also it's very important to apply research and with the help of the other 2 authorities, because they have different kind of data they receive from their operators and from their resources. So it's very important for us to cooperate and take all this data together, have the same methodology of collecting this data so we can know what is the problem in Cyprus. At the moment, we are trying to conduct a longitudinal study in order to find the risk behaviors, risk factors from people that have problems with gambling disorders, and this will be very important for us to apply prevention programs, but also to change our treatment activities. In terms of training, the stakeholders and professionals, every year we apply training programs for our professionals. And in terms of cooperation, we exchange best practices and expertise with EU members and cooperating with international organizations. And the last but not least, our priority was to enhance coordination among us, the regulators, and other stakeholders. The two regulatory authorities, as you can see, the National Gaming and Casino Supervision Commission and the National Betting Authority, already existed before our new responsibility for gambling disorder. So there was a bit of a power game, who is responsible for what. These two authorities all already licensed according to their law and regulated their operators. At the same time, they applied safer gaming strategies. These strategies, through this procedure, we have in common three aspects: prevention, treatment, and training. In terms of prevention, it's a straightforward procedure because according to our law, we are responsible to accredit and license the treatment services. So what they do, they can give us the fund so we can provide programs for treatment. In terms of research and training, we also cooperate, and we are trying now to make research together and also to train professionals. They also train their operators, but this is their role. In terms of prevention, we have two main obstacles regarding our cooperation. According to our law, the two regulators are excluded from the obligation to take our approval in order to apply any measure. Additionally, these two regulators understand prevention only in terms of providing information for responsible gambling, even to minors, while our focus is mainly on providing support for the adoption of a healthy lifestyle in general and the empowerment of parents and minors with life skills. The other important aspect is that these two authorities have the biggest budget to apply measures and actions, and they can use their budget in the way they want. Despite the different scope among us and the two regulatory authorities, collaboration has been fortunately established within the framework of each authority's responsibility. As a result, we developed two memorandums of understanding, one with each authority, in order to carry out a range of actions such as research, training the professionals, treatment and provision of support of problem and pathological gamblers. In terms of prevention, we are still trying to find our common point of view, but I think we're in a very good position. This was a very important experience for us the last 2 years when we had to apply measures for gambling addiction. So this could be a challenge also for us, for our authority, to include also other behavioral addictions in our new action plan. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Bardzo dziękuję, bardzo ciekawa.
Thank you very much. It was a very interesting presentation, particularly it was interesting, I think, particularly for those people who represent institutions responsible for developing policies and implementing various measures, including legal measures. So I think that the fact that you shared your experience with us, that was very inspirational. While I was listening to you, I compared it to what we do in Poland, and I have to admit that I identified a lot of similar problems and challenges that you mentioned in your presentation. Are there any questions? We have a question.
I have a microphone of my own here. How come you have two helplines?
The first helpline was operated by the National Betting Authority. But the providers were governmental organization. And we saw that this helpline was not working very much. So since we are we have the authorization to give the information and treatment to people, we tried to make a new one, but you are right, it's not, we don't need two, we need one. You are right, very good comment.
Okay, thank you. So, now, w tej chwili chciałabym wobec tego przedstawić...
Okay, so perhaps now I will introduce our next speaker, Oleksiy Suchowil. Oleksiy will connect with us via internet. Welcome. I can see Oleksiy is with us. Hello. And Oleksiy will... And he will talk about the perspectives on standardization of services for people with gambling disorders in Ukraine. Welcome, and a hearty welcome to all Ukrainians, of course.
Bardzo proszę.
Hi, dear colleague. Can you hear me well?
Tak, słyszymy bardzo dobrze.
Thank you. I'm Oleksiy Suchowil. I'm the head of the Center of Organization of Psychiatric Care at the Institute of Psychiatry, Forensic Psychiatric Expertise and Monitoring of Drugs of the Ministry of Health of Ukraine. And it's a privilege for me to represent our Ukrainian approaches in gambling sphere, in addiction sphere. So, starting from what is now happening in Ukraine, of course, you know a lot about Ukrainian situation, about the Russian attacks and Russian invasion into Ukraine. In Ukraine, we have a lot of problems now and a lot of destroyed hospitals. We have more than 200 totally destroyed hospitals all over Ukraine, more than 1,000 hospitals that are damaged. So also a lot of civilians are dying every day, and you know about problems with electricity, problems with our energetical infrastructure because Russia is damaging it every day. So, but what about the reforming process of our medical care provision? In Ukraine, 5 years ago, started the process of reforming of medical care provision, and 2 years ago we have the licensed gambling process in Ukraine. So 2 years ago it was made a commission for regulation of gambling and lotteries. And it made a register of persons who are restricted from access to gambling establishments or participation in gambling. This commission approved the procedure from the formation and maintenance of the register, which establishes the statements of self-limitation and limitation. So we have now three types of procedures how person can be limited in gambling processes. The first one is a so-called statement of self-restriction. It's when a person independently is requesting to be prohibited to enter the gambling establishment, for example. And the second one is a statement of restriction. It's when the Commission for Regulation of Gambling and Lotteries get a query of family members, for example, or other legal representatives to restrict for this person to the access to enter the gambling establishment for the period up to 6 months. And the third one is by the court decision. So all these procedures, they result in next during 10 months of this year, the Commission received 93 statements for self-restriction or restriction. And since the beginning of the year, as of November the 1st of this year, information on 171% have been entered into the register. So as of November the 1st, total number of all persons who were entered in the register was 313. So during the 2021 and 10 months of 2022, there were only 313 persons in the registers. We see that so it's are the first steps, in fact, of this process, and we also can compare this information with information, for example, from our electronic health system. So in our electronic health system, which is maintaining by National Health Service of Ukraine, we have during 2021 only 32 patients in 22 facilities. And during 10 months of 2022, we have only 57 patients in 37 facilities. Not more than 4 patients in a facility. So it's quite a low number of providers and quite a low number of patients covered by such services. And as you can hear, there is a bigger number of people who were prohibited to enter their gambling establishments than persons that are in the register. So what this statistic is about? We, of course, don't have the full picture of service providers, and we don't have the full picture of patients who are in the system, because it's only about official numbers in facilities that provide that data to the National Health Service of Ukraine. Most of patients are consulted by different private facilities or in other private manner, and their personal data are not entering the National Health Service and electronic health system. And many persons also don't get any care. So it's also a problem, and we see, as our colleagues from Cyprus presented, on the picture, Ukraine has, for example, 13% of population who has problems with gambling due to information of SPED, for example. So in Ukraine, it's our future perspective to regulate the quality of services to people with gambling addictions, and to make these services accessible and, of course, of good quality. As you know, Ukraine has a lot of facilities, a lot of hospitals and psychiatric and so-called narcological hospitals from the past periods, from the Soviet periods. So in Ukraine, narcology, it's a specialty that was separated 40 years ago or even 50 years ago. It was separated from psychiatry, and it mostly covered the addictions due to substance use. So substance use disorders were treated not together with other psychiatric disorders, for example, depression or psychosis or other disorders. So persons mostly they need, if they have both psychiatric, general psychiatric disorders and addiction, they need to go to two specialists, psychiatrists and narcologists. Mostly, psychiatrists are not experts in addictions, and addiction psychiatrists, narcologists are not good experts in psychiatric disorders. So now the reforming process is to combine these two specialties and teach psychiatrists in narcology, in addiction psychiatry, and of course, vice versa, teach narcologists in general psychiatry. And of course, our approach, our general approach is a biopsychosocial concept that not only mental health disorders are needed to be treated, but also together with them physical disorders and social wellness. It's also a big challenge for us, and a reforming process on the primary healthcare level, on the specialized healthcare level, a reforming process of inpatient treatment, because in Ukraine mostly maybe 90% of all inpatient psychiatric treatment is provided in big psychiatric monospecialized hospitals. So we need more inpatient care treatment in non-specialized general hospitals, multi-profile hospitals. We need more care on the primary health care level, more care in the communities, and more rehabilitation and social services for such people together with their physical and social problems. So all these things were put in our concept for the reforming of mental health care that was adopted in 2017. So 5 years ago, it was our concept for the period up to 2030. And we also have our national plan where we have tasks to realize. So we are going along with all these plans. And what about quality of such care and standardization of such care? As for now, in Ukraine, we don't have any officially adopted standard or guideline in Ukrainian how to treat, how to rehabilitate persons with gambling addictions. We have problems with adoption of some other standards and guidelines. For example, we don't, as for now, we don't have officially adopted standard on alcohol addiction even, and on some other substance abuse disorders. We have some ones, for example, in treatment of persons with addictions due to use of opioids, and we have quite a progressive opioid maintenance treatment program during 15 years that is realized in Ukraine, and government is covering it 100%, so by governmental costs. We also have some good other programs in this field, but now we need good regulation in and standardization of services for persons with pathological gambling. Because in Ukraine we have a lot of problems with this situation. More than 10 years, gambling was not legal in Ukraine officially. We had a lot of hundreds and maybe thousands of facilities that were unlegally working. And also now internet gambling is also very popular. Advertising of gambling establishments are everywhere in the social media, and it's really demonstrative that it's very popular for Ukrainians to uh, to uh, to to be in this type of addiction. Due to stress, high level of stress, due to traumatizing, due to informational war, due to a high level of depression and suicides in Ukraine, we have also a high number of addictions due to substance use and non-substance use addictions like gambling and also gaming is also very problematic in Ukraine. So we need our Ukrainian strategy in this field, not only strategy in mental health and not only strategy in substance use disorders, but also maybe a special strategy in gaming and gambling. So we are working on this topic, and we have some perspectives in this field. For example, we can use MHGAP that is covering addiction module on the primary healthcare level. It doesn't have special measures for gambling addictions, but it has non-specialized measures for all addictions, quite good types of psychosocial interventions that can be provided by family doctors on the primary healthcare level. Also in Ukraine, we adopted and translated into Ukrainian up to 1,000 of guidelines made by Dordecem, its Finnish society, and that standards are officially translated into Ukrainian and can be adopted in the facility as a so-called new clinical protocol. So it's quite easy to realize, but of course specialists in facility need to know what is inside such a guideline and need to provide care by this guideline. But of course, a director of this facility needs to adopt by his own sign. So inside the Duodecim guidelines, we have one good guideline that is about gambling disorders. It's quite a small one, but it has good effective procedures and it describes what psychotherapy and pharmacotherapy and psychosocial measures can be used and other things. Also, we can use nice guidelines. It's written guidelines that also could be translated into Ukrainian and used as our national guidelines. And some of our partners are already finishing translating these guidelines into Ukrainian. Not all nice guidelines, of course, because we have more than 100 of them only in the mental health field, but special ones. And we nominated the guidelines in addictions in the first line to be translated. So there is a very good perspective in Ukraine to implement such guidelines and improve the quality of care to persons. As for me, it's very important to take part in such conferences and like this one, and I'm proud to be the part of it. And we will teach from your expertise, from your knowledges, how to do it in the best way. Because really we are not going to make our Ukrainian bicycle, but we need your knowledge, and we need best knowledge from countries like Cyprus and other countries that are implementing the best protocols, the best guidelines of providing care for people with gambling disorders. So thank you very much, and if you have questions, I will be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Czy mają Państwo pytania? Zapraszam.
Do you have any questions?
Tak, tak.
Oh yes, we have one.
Nasunęło mi się takie pytanie w zasadzie do obydwojga.
There is one question to both of you, to Eva and to Oleksiy. How did you solve the treatment area in your countries? For example, if you have people who show some gambling disorders, is the treatment free of charge? Is there any regulation that specifies how it's done? Because in Poland, if you have substance addictions, you get free treatment, but there are no regulations which would cover behavioral addictions. So I would like to know what's the situation in your country. Let me just specify what Danuta said, because if we have a person who has medical insurance, then they get the treatment free of charge. But if they have no medical insurance, they will have to pay for treatment. And if people are addicted to substances and they don't have medical insurance, they will also get the treatment free of charge. So the question is, what it's like in Cyprus, what it's like in Ukraine. Do you get free treatment for addicted patients?
Very good question. In fact, treatment is for gambling. It's free because the treatment happens in outpatient services. So 4 to the 5 centers we have in Cyprus, they provide free treatment. It's the same with addictions. But when we have to give medications, for example, when there is inpatient treatment, but not rehabilitation treatment, inpatient medically assisted treatment, then it's not free. People need to have this public insurance, but everybody in Cyprus, even foreigners, have this insurance. So if you come to Cyprus and work, your employee needs to pay for this insurance, medical insurance. So it's not private insurance, it's governmental. So I think the majority of the population have easy and free access even to medically assisted treatment. In the rare cases that this is not applied, for example, a refugee, which is not legal in Cyprus, and has, for example, problem with alcohol addiction and needs to stay in an inpatient clinic, then we, as authority, ask the minister to give his permission for him, if he doesn't have the money to pay. If he has the money to pay, he goes and pay. But we ask the permission so he can access free the treatment. So I think now at the moment everybody can access free treatment in Cyprus for substitutions and gambling.
Tak. And Alex, please.
Yes, in Ukraine, it's also such treatment is also free of charge. So we have payments to facilities from National Health Service of Ukraine. We have different programs into the program of medical guarantee. For example, a package of inpatient psychiatric treatment covers the most of psychiatric disorders, but most of them are for disorders that are severe or mild, not or moderate ones. The mild disorders mostly they are for outpatient treatment. We don't have special package for outpatient psychiatric treatment. Such psychiatric treatment is inside the total outpatient treatment package. Also, we have packages for multidisciplinary mobile teams for and some other packages. From 2023, we will start the package on mental health on the primary health care level. So all these packages, all these possibilities provide access for people with gambling disorders and with other addictions, substance use disorders, and mental health disorders to free of charge treatment. Problem is that not always it's really free of charge for patients, because sometimes, especially in hospitals, patients need to pay from their pocket, in fact, and government is combating this, and it's something like a tradition, the salaries of doctors were in past periods at a very low level in Ukraine. Sometimes it was $100 or $150 per month. So it was a salary of doctor, and a nurse had not more than $100, for example, in dollars per month. So of course, it's not enough to live and to cover the needs of a doctor or of a nurse. So it was a need to get this money from other sources. So now the salary was increased in Ukraine 1 year or 2 years ago. The reforming process started from primary healthcare level, and 1 year ago also a secondary, so specialized level also got higher salaries. But such traditions are still in place. Sometimes or even mostly. Also, we have another tradition to buy a lot of not effective medicines in the pharmacy. So we analyzed our psychopharmaceutical flow in pharmacies, and we see that very big values of psychotropic medicines are so-called psychotropic medicines are sold in pharmacies, and more than half of them don't have evidence-based background, so they are not in the formulary, our national formulary. They are not in the protocols and in the guidelines, but they are sold, and it's in fact it's billions of hryvnias. So this situation is that patients, in fact, they have a possibility to get free of charge care, but very often they, in fact, pay, and they also very often are not realize that they can get such care in communal facilities confidentially. So they enter the private facilities. They go anonymously to private facilities and pay for these services. So we need to standardize all these processes and deal with all these issues, and it's a future of standardization and reforming process for Ukraine, and of course it's a challenge for us because it's very traditional part of services, and we need not only to change the quality but work with information process, with informational campaigns, and make medical care, medical services better and better in the future and now. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation, and I would like to thank you that despite the war and a current situation in Ukraine, you still found time and you are willing to join our conference. So thank you very much for this, and I wish you a very, very soon ending of this war. And I sincerely hope that Ukraine nation will have the possibility to make their dreams true also in the area of healthcare. We've had a lot of Ukrainians coming to Poland, but I was thinking here about those patients that had substitute treatment in Ukraine, and here in Poland they wanted to continue this treatment. And you mentioned standardization, that especially over recent years you've done a lot in this area. So I have to tell you that when I talk to those doctors and physicians active in substitute treatment, they all said to me that Ukrainians who came to Poland and wanted to continue this treatment, they had a fantastic documentation at hand and were able to smoothly continue this treatment here in Poland. So I think that this is one of those examples of the success of your efforts. But first and foremost, we wish you peace. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now I have the pleasure to present our next speaker, Jakob Jonsson. Jakob Jonsson will talk about online treatment with telephone support for gamblers, addicted gamblers, and this will be a presentation based on experience and research in over nearly 20 years in 3 different countries. So I feel that during the pandemic we all realized that the treatment that we provided to people had to be delivered online as well. So I feel that the findings of your research will be very interesting to us.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start with thanking for being invited to this great conference. It's been greatly organized, and especially I must thank you, the fantastic interpreters that has been doing simultaneous interpretation all the time. Thanks you. And for me, it's also been great to listen to the experience of research from different countries that I rarely hear from, being based in a way in a kind of English community around research. So I've been listening to experience from Italy, France, Ukraine, Cyprus, and especially I would say the Polish research has been extremely interesting, and hopefully we will see more results presented in peer-reviewed journals in English as well, and seek out for collaborations with researchers in other countries is my advice. It has helped me a lot as a Swedish non-English native speaking person, really. Shortly about my background, I'm a clinical psychologist and researcher, and almost 50 years ago my grandmother taught me how to play poker. and we were cheating, both of us, heavily. Hiding the aces, for example. Quite a good strategy. And I've been, since then, studying gambling and problem gambling for 30 years now. And I did my dissertation on preventing gambling problems. So I have a special interest in prevention, in overconsumption, but also lately very much around duty of care. That's a trend in regulation nowadays, that there's more and more, they are stressing responsibilities of the gambling companies to take care of their customers in a real way. And I would like to recommend, while standing here, a great paper by Leah Noer and Judith Glynn on affordability. Being sure that your customer can afford what they're gambling for is quite crucial, and a very simple way, in a way, to handle, to prevent problem gambling. This is my third time in Warsaw, and I've been presenting on a follow-up on problem gamblers, an 11-year follow-up. I've been presenting on contacting high consumers from a gambling company. And this time I will talk about our online treatment, and it covers quite well my three areas of interest: research, responsible gambling, and treatment. So it's a pleasure being here. I have to start off to disclose my potential conflict of interest. As a researcher, I received grants from the from the gambling industry directly from Norsk Tipping, a 4-year grant, and also through the Research Council for the Swedish governmental-owned gambling company, Svenska Spel. I've also received a grant. I'm employed by a private company as well, Sustainable Interaction. And that's a company specialized in responsible gambling and responsible gambling training. And we are, Sustainable Interaction, are hosting the treatment program that I will tell you about. And as part of my job, I also work as a consultant for the gambling industry. If you look at the overview of what I'm going to talk about, I'll give you some history around the treatment manual and some facts. I will talk about the treatment process and the content. I will share some of the experience from the therapists and from the patients. And mainly I'll try to cover the research that has been around this manual, both in peer-reviewed journals, but also one example of a report that we usually call grey literature. I have short observation around availability and completion rate, and I'll end up with some conclusions. And hopefully there will be time for some questions at the end as well. Why online treatment? We started back in 2004. As you see, Sweden is quite a big country, and being able to cover it with treatment, you need to have some, if possible, some kind of remote treatment. And I must say the upper half in Sweden is quite rural. We don't have many towns out there, but still people, of course, are living there. To begin with, I was very doubtful. Could an online treatment be, myself being a psychodynamically trained psychologist, I thought this was really meeting the patients face to face that are making the change. So, okay, let's try it out. And I was quite wrong being doubtful, I must say. And one part here, looking at the situation, is that back then there were almost no treatment available for problem gamblers. We have had a helpline since 1999, but almost no treatment. We have some self-help groups at different places around the country. Another explanation why it was possible back in 2004 to have an online treatment is that we had a great internet penetration back then. Almost 85% had connection, a good internet connection back then. And nowadays we're up to 95% in Sweden. And the last explanation, I must say, is the father behind this manual, Professor Per Karlbring at the Stockholm University. He was very much into online treatment for panic disorders, depression and so on, and he wanted to try it on some kind of addiction, and we met. To give you some facts, today the manual is available in 3 countries, Sweden, Finland and the United Kingdom, and it's, as said, hosted by Sustainable Interaction. You can see that it's available through a helpline in the UK and Finland. We have GamCare and Pelluri. It's available through the correctional service, that means the prison system in Finland. And then you have to do some adjustments. We used to have it in Sweden as well. And in Sweden we have it in county councils, and private companies are running the program. And I must say it's worked quite well to translate it into English and into Finnish. And those of you knowing Finnish know that the words are quite long and complex, but we managed in some way. And overall we have around 5,000 patients have completed the treatment so far. And I would say it's quite cost effective. And one might wonder, for example, if you come from Italy, what about, is it suitable for women as well? And the answer is that in the very first trial we did, we had only 5% women participating. But during the last years, we have like 60% men and 40% women, reflecting very much the help-seeking population in the countries. If you look at the process and the program, it's the content is through methods like motivational interviewing, motivational enhancement therapy, and cognitive behavioral therapy. And it's the therapists involved here, because it's online treatment with telephone support we're talking about here. They have some kind of basic education training in psychotherapy or extensive experience of handling addictions. You start off with a digital screening covering your gambling problems, your alcohol consumption and problems, also questions around depression, anxiety, other drug-related problems, and of course some demographics. Then you get feedback in a MET session by a therapist by telephone, trying to motivate and give feedback on the results and motivate for treatment. If you're positive, you will receive the digital CBT treatment with 8 modules and therapy sessions weekly. And it ends with an evaluation post-treatment, but after 3 months, 6 months, and 1 year. We've actually done 36-month evaluations as well in research. And this is the content of the treatment. You're having your own dedicated page as patient that is in a secure environment, and the therapist can see your answers. So it's a quite open process that way. So you have, as a therapist, full insight of the progress and the evaluation as well. And we start off the first module talking about the function of gambling. When I look at my patients that comes to my office for treatment, they're often quite confused. They feel that they are acting irrational. They don't understand why they are gambling and why they're gambling extensively. So focusing on the functions, there are often several functions, is of major importance, I think, as a clinical psychologist. Then we move on to the costs of gambling, what triggers your gambling in the second module. In the third module, you are doing it together with someone close to you about how it affects you and how it's affecting your social life and people around you. And in the fourth module, then it's really when the patient is doing the decision, making a contract with himself or herself. And it's much about acceptance, accepting the losses you have done, and really to wave goodbye to these losses, and stop trying to chase and win back what you have lost. The fifth model is focusing on erroneous beliefs around your gambling. We move on to high-risk situations and trying to understand what happens in these high-risk situations, but mainly find new ways to handle these high-risk situations. Another important topic is, of course, finding new ways to handle life, to cope with stressful feelings, with stressful situations, and so on. The seventh model, quite late, is about your financial situation, how to handle that one. In the long run, it's quite important to handle your financial situation. And we're ending about relapse prevention, help, and support, and what the patient might need more help from. If we look at what the therapists, what they experience from working from the model, is they are saying that it's great to see the patient's answer and being able to reflect upon them together in the treatment situation. And it's quite clear when you see a drop in motivation from the patient's side when you follow them that way. Something negative is for the very highly motivated patients, it might be a little bit too much around motivation to begin with in the treatment. These people might not need that really. And they're saying that they're spending around 30 minutes per patient a week. Personally, I spend rather 45 minutes, I would say. If I have this 30 minutes phone call, I have to look a little bit in advance, and I have to take notes afterwards. And experience also show that some patients are more time-consuming. Not surprisingly, those having a tough life situation and these with severe comorbidities take longer time in the telephone calls. And the patients say that the most positive side is the support that they get to the therapist. They find it available, they find it flexible, they can do it anytime, anywhere really, as long as they have an internet connection. They perceive that they get a greater understanding of the functions of gambling. They see behavioral change, and that's really the main objective for this treatment, I would say. And they like the mix with their own work, having telephone support, doing homework assignments. And their negative side is mainly about their own efforts when they are failing in the treatment. And sometimes there is a mismatch between their own situation and the questions asked in the treatment program. And this is an example how it can look like in the treatment, what meets you as a patient. This is from Module 1. If I look at the research around this module, the first one was back in 2008. It was a random control trial, and where we saw very favorable changes regarding gambling problems. We had a quite high Cohen's-d here, 1.3, I think. We saw effect on anxiety, depression, and quality of life. And I must say that this was especially positive, not only seeing an improvement in the gambling problems, but also other problems probably related to their gambling problem as well. And these effects were sustained over 6 months, 18 months, and 36 months. One, I must say, mistake we did in this random control trial is that we excluded people that were too depressed. So to cover up for that, in the next study we did back in 2012, our question was, does it work in a more representative sample where we include even those who were severely depressed? And the answer was yes. We still saw the favorable changes regarding gambling problems, anxiety, depression, and quality of life. Still sustained effects. And we also looked at what predicted treatment success. And low alcohol consumption, not surprisingly, was a positive predictor. Having no dissociative state during gambling was another one. And having a good work-life situation was also a positive predictor. Moving over to our neighbor country, Finland, I forgot to mention that one. In the first study, we had around 68% that completed the treatment, fulfilling all the 8 modules. And Castrén et al., when they looked at it back in 2013, they had around 48% that were completing the treatment. And they also saw favorable changes in gambling problem, but also around erroneous beliefs, gambling urge, control, very much gambling-focused symptoms and things. But they also saw a positive change in depression and alcohol consumption. And we know there's a great comorbidity between gambling problem and alcohol consumption, or alcohol problems as well. Moving over to later research, or very new research, is Palomäki and his team. They were up to 55% there that were finalizing the treatment. And we saw that there was a decline in gambling problems post-treatment. And when doing a follow-up, I think it was 6 months, if I remember right, these gambling problems remained low, except for 2 groups, those that were having a high depression scores and those that had no control over their financial situation. And they conclude that, okay, this is a well-functioning online intervention, but we need to direct those heavily depressed and those without financial control to appropriate services to complement this treatment with something else. And in a follow-up, they did a predictive study trying to predict dropout from treatment, and in their models they found a very acceptable area under curve for their models trying to do these predictions. And they saw that dropout was associated, dropout meaning that you're not fulfilling the treatment, it was associated with younger age, lower education, those people not ready to change, scoring low on the readiness to change scale. That's in the pre-treatment measurement. But also gambling severity. The worse gambling severity, the higher probability of dropout. And standing a long time on a waiting list was negative so more of those did drop out. And not surprisingly, those that had fewer close social relationships also dropped out to a higher extent. This is from GamCare's report from their online treatment. And these are the ones that are fulfilling the treatment. I would say it's only around 10% so far from this starting module 1 that are fulfilling the treatment, or rather these that are doing the starting evaluation. It's only 10% that are fulfilling the treatment. Here you see 2 parallel lines. In blue you see the mean figures for the PDSI, and in green you see the core that measures psychological distress. And you can see that they're very parallel. And there's low levels at follow-up, at directly post-treatment, but also after 3 months and 6 months. And that is quite positive. Some thoughts on availability and completions. We see very different situations comparing United Kingdom and Finland. As I said, around 10% that are completing in the UK and around 50% in Finland. And if we look at how it's given is that in the UK there's a real low threshold. You can come from visiting the site, the GamCare site, and enter the treatment that way. There is no or a very short queue, and we find a high dropout rate. So it's very broad inclusion, but we lose a lot during the way, so to say. Even though dropouts, sometimes it's efficient anyway with the treatment effect for people dropping out. We can't see them as failures. We don't know really what happens to them, but probably we are affecting them in some way at least. And in Finland, it's a complete different situation. There is quite a long queue, and we have a much lower dropout rate. My conclusions on this is that I think we have a quite effective, well-functioning, cost-effective online intervention. I see it as a complement or an alternative to face-to-face treatment. We see an effect on gambling problems, but also on parallel problems like anxiety, depression, quality of life. And we see that the completion rates varies between somewhere between standard and low. I would say 50% completion rate is quite standard in the field of problem gambling. At least that's the experience from outpatient treatment programs we have had in Sweden and as I've seen elsewhere. But it's also down to low as an example of GamCare. And it's depending on thresholds, how it's presented, and in what kind of environment. Since this manual is quite easy to translate, I'd love to see a Polish version someday. But then it won't be me that is very much involved in the translation, I guess. So I think this concludes my presentation, and thanks a lot for the attention.
Bardzo, bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much. And now we have time for some questions. This is the last opportunity during this event to raise some questions. Oh, I see we have one.
Well, we are a federation in Spain. We do also online treatment for gamblers. And she wanted to know if you have any strategy to get that high percentage for women, the 40%. Well, if so, to tell us how, because our experience is quite different. Mainly we have men, and it's very difficult for women to come through treatment and also for them to stay in treatment. So, thank you.
I wish I had a good answer. I think the 40% we see in Finland reflects the number of women seeking help for gambling problems. So in a way, we managed to get the women doing the treatment, coming to the treatment, to the same extent as men. Now that's quite good. But we also see a sign that there's an indication that more men are fulfilling the treatment still. And for some men, I must say, this really suits them, not having to have this face-to-face contact, where I guess more women would appreciate it more, on a group level, of course. This manual, a lot of the work is with your own examples. So in that way, you could feel it in with your own examples, and then it's more tailor-made for you. Doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman in that sense.
Thank you.
To ja przy okazji mam blisko mikrofon, więc
I have a microphone at hand, so I will permit myself to ask the question. Your presentation has been something that I was really interested in, actually, since I put my hands on the agenda of this conference. I thought it would be engrossing because I think that this therapy is very cost effective and increases the access to treatment. Going back to the pandemic, probably more people wanted to take part in the treatment. In Poland, yes, we had the majority of the treatment options provided online. So specialists replaced outpatient or inpatient treatment by online treatment, but it wasn't part of some thought-out, pre-planned program. So my question is, would you say that during the pandemic there were more people who wanted to use this program, take part in this program?
I would say that is true for the UK and Finland. In Sweden, I would say we had a decline in help seeking overall. We saw for a short period a decline in gambling during the COVID overall, even though we didn't have a strong lockout in Sweden. And it was mainly due to the fact that people still were isolating themselves, but also that the sports were down. I think we saw in Finland and the UK an increase, and then it comes handy that it was already available and tailor-made for being online. It was a hard process for us all during the COVID, trying to change our way how to treat patients, really.
Thank you very much. I forgot about Sweden, that in Sweden, the approaches, the response to the pandemic was a bit different compared to other countries in Europe. You presented your method, particularly in relation to problem gambling, but would you say that it would be possible to use this treatment for people who have problems with substance abuse?
Definitely. There are good examples of manuals that are evidence-based with CBT and motivational interviewing, targeting alcohol problems as well. We have one of those manuals as well.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, last chance to ask a question. Okay, so thank you once again. Thank you for your presentation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we've reached the end of our conference. It was the 10th conference that we had the pleasure to attend this year, and I would like to extend my thanks to all of you for participation. I would like to thank all our speakers for their very captivating, inspiring, extremely interesting presentations that cast light on addictions from social, economic, legal, and emotional point of view. We had the opportunity to see how complex these problems are. And when we want to prevent these problems from occurring, we can't focus exclusively on the psychological perspective, but we also need to take into account legal circumstances, because we can resort to particular legal measures, and that can facilitate the whole process considerably. So thank you once again, and I would like to here invite you to the next conference next year that we will hopefully have the pleasure to host. And I would like to encourage you to promote this conference, to encourage people to take part in it. The agenda of this conference was developed by the program council, and the fact that we had the opportunity to listen to such interesting lectures and presentations, this is something that we owe to the council. So I don't know whether we have members of the council here with us, but Bernadetta Kuleta-Lelonek over there, she just got up, was part of the council. Mr. Sławek Habrat was part of the council as well. You're all familiar with him, I'm sure, because he spoke many a time during our conference. He's not with us now. Professor Chodkiewicz, working at the university in Łódź. He couldn't attend this year's conference, but he actively participated in the development of the agenda. Mrs. Rudnicka, Mrs. Justyna Klingemans from the Institute of Neurology and Psychiatry. She's been with us for the whole conference, and I would like also to extend my thanks to this program council, and I sincerely hope that we can continue our collaboration in the same vein in the future. My thanks also go to Res Humana, the organizers of this conference. Mr. Mateusz is here with us. Please pass our words of gratitude and thanks to all your employees who took part in organizing this year's conference. And my thanks to interpreters who got a lot of praise in behind the scenes, and actually during one of the presentations on the first day of our conference, when the representatives of the National Revenue Boards took floor, I was just wondering, how can you interpret it all? Because even in Polish it was fairly complex. So thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I feel that we have come to an end of our conference, and I would like to wish you all the best, and I hope that we will have the opportunity to see each other at the conference next year. So now it's time for a lunch break, and I wish a safe journey afterwards, but my colleague is trying to communicate something to me. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, please return your headphone sets that you use for interpretation.